Património Cultural IP e a Direção-Geral das Artes dão-vos as boas-vindas ao evento final do Programa Cultura dos EEA Grants. Durante os próximos 2 dias, destacamos os impactos e as conquistas dos projetos de revitalização do património cultural costeiro e de acesso às artes em territórios de baixa densidade populacional, financiadas pelo mecanismo financeiro que agora termina. Celebramos 17 projetos, 4 anos de iniciativas e resultados que fazem a diferença em diversas regiões do país. Reunimos na Culturgest operadores de programa, parceiros de programa, promotores de projetos, parceiros nacionais e da Noruega, da Islândia e do Liechtenstein. Lisboa está até amanhã no centro da Europa. Para dar início à sessão de abertura, convidamos a usar da palavra João Soalheiro, Presidente do Conselho Diretivo do Património Cultural IP, operador do programa Cultura.
Bom dia. Muito bom dia a todos. Permitam-me que me dirija de modo particular à Sra. Embaixadora da Noruega em Portugal, Anne Brusleto, aos senhores representantes dos países doadores, à coordenadora da Unidade Nacional de Gestão, doutora Maria Mineiro, e permita-me que lhe agradeça de modo muito particular todo o empenho que colocou no bom sucesso desta iniciativa, aos operadores e parceiros do Programa Nacional e aos restantes países beneficiários, e saúde todos os parceiros de projeto aqui presentes e que nos ajudaram a implementar esta poderosa iniciativa. Celebramos hoje o encerramento do Programa Cultura 2014-2021, operado pelo Património Cultural Instituto Público, em parceria com a Direção-Geral das Artes. Durante este evento, iremos refletir sobre os impactos e as conquistas das iniciativas financiadas, com ênfase na preservação do património cultural costeiro e no acesso às artes em territórios de baixa densidade populacional. Falemos de números. Com um investimento de 11 milhões de euros, o Programa Cultura financiou 17 projetos em todo o território nacional, envolvendo mais de 50 entidades portuguesas, mais de 30 parceiros dos países doadores. O projeto teve impacto num número superior a 290 mil participantes, visitantes e espectadores, sendo expectável que nos próximos anos se multiplique o alcance, quer em números, quer no impacto indireto em termos educacionais, culturais, turísticos e sociais. Os projetos dos EEA Grants foram importantes na revitalização e refuncionalização do património cultural costeiro, edificado e imaterial, trabalhando a memória e os sentidos de pertença das comunidades à identidade do mar e às histórias que o envolvem. Também os projetos de acesso às artes em territórios de baixa densidade populacional proporcionaram a criação e fruição de arte contemporânea em territórios com menor oferta turística. Gostaria de vos transmitir um pensamento que peço por gentileza inscrevam nos vossos corações. A memória é sempre, sempre um lugar de futuro. Agradeço por isso aos parceiros dos países doadores, Riksantikvaren e Arts and Culture Norway. Agradeço as iniciativas bilaterais que desenvolvemos com estas entidades e que foram essenciais para a troca de experiências e das melhores práticas em Portugal e na Noruega. Agradeço muito, e uma vez mais, à Unidade Nacional de Gestão, doutora Maria Mineiro, vou falar muitas vezes em si e na sua equipa, dê um abraço à sua equipa. Agradeço muito pelo contínuo apoio e incentivo dado aos nossos parceiros também a Direção-Geral das Artes, cujos resultados, para além de mensuráveis, são sobretudo significativos do ponto de vista humano. Nós somos, antes de ter competências, pessoas. E é para as pessoas que todos os países doadores e Portugal têm trabalhado com muito afinco. Muito obrigado.
Usa agora da palavra Anne Brusletto, embaixadora da Noruega em Portugal.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. João Soleiro, President of Patrimônio Cultural, Mrs. Maria Mineiro, Head of the National Management Unit, EEA Grants Portugal, dear representatives from Riksantikvaren and Kulturdirektoratet, project promoters and partners, dear friends. Today is a day of celebration. I am very glad to be here with you, commemorating the conclusion of the culture program supported by the EEA Grants Portugal. Culture makes us understand each other and ourselves better. During the event today, we will learn about the impressive results from this program in two priority areas for the Norwegian and Portuguese governments. One, safeguarding and revitalizing coastal heritage. And two, promoting artistic creation outside of the urban areas. Indeed, to get here today, to conclude your projects and to achieve these results, most of you had to overcome immense hurdles. In 2020 and 2021, when most of your projects' activities were just starting, the COVID-19 pandemic limited all the public activities you had planned, as well as most of the initiatives for knowledge exchange between project partners. Then, in 2022, the brutal war of aggression by Russia on Ukraine increased the inflation rates and further disrupted global supply chains, resulting in higher costs for the projects. These events had very dire impacts, and I must commend all of you for your resilience and commitment to keeping your projects up and running, and ultimately for concluding them and reaching their objectives. Our embassy had the opportunity to connect with most of the supported projects and see firsthand what was achieved. Therefore, we are well aware that this program also contributed to reinforce the cultural bridges between Portugal and Norway that go far beyond our common maritime heritage and our common love for bacalhau. And we know that these bridges are still in use today, after the closure of the projects, and that many of you are already looking for future opportunities for cooperation. I know that this has also been a great experience for the Norwegian donor program partners, Riksantikvaren and Kulturdirektoratet, and for all the Norwegian institutions that have partnered with the Portuguese project promoters. To conclude, I want to give a word of appreciation to all of you, the NFP, with Maria and her team, the program operators, the FMO, the project promoters, and the donor country entities who have been involved with this program. You have overcome huge obstacles, you have achieved your goals, and you have created the conditions to further develop the culture sector in Portugal and cultural cooperation between our countries. For all that, thank you and congratulations. Parabéns e muito obrigada.
Em representação do Ministério da Cultura, usa da palavra Pedro Nogueira.
Boa noite a todos. Para benefício dos nossos convidados, eu ia fazer a intervenção em inglês. It's a great honor to address you today on behalf of the Ministry of Culture, who, due to unavoidable commitments, could not be here in person. I would like to begin to warmly greeting everyone present, a special acknowledgement to the donor countries, partners, program operators, beneficiaries, and Her Excellency the Ambassadors to Norway, and Brusletto. Your presence here today highlights the importance of the collaboration between our countries and the positive impact of the EEA grants have had in culture in Portugal. Throughout this cycle, the EU Grants Culture Program has been a vital driver of heritage preservation, artistic creation, and cultural accessibility. The project supported by these initiatives demonstrates how international cooperation can reach our cultural landscapes, strengthen our identity, and at the same time open doors to new forms of expression and innovation. Today we celebrate the achievements of this program, but we also look towards the future. As many of you know, negotiations are already underway for a new EU grants funding cycle in which culture is expected to once again play a central role in this funding cycle. The renewed commitment reflects the recognition of culture as a key pillar for sustainable development, inclusion, and intercultural dialogue. The Ministry of Culture reaffirms its dedication and support this initiative, fostering new opportunities for collaboration. To all partners and beneficiaries, I extend my deepest gratitude for your dedication and hard work. May this closing ceremony mark the beginning of a new phase of cooperation. And thank you all, and I wish you all a wonderful event. Thank you.
O programa Cultura pôs em cada um dos sacos uma pregadeira com bordado de castelo branco. Estes bordados de seda natural são conhecidos desde meados do século XVI. A partir de hoje passam também a representar a vossa presença no evento final. Após uma breve pausa, iniciamos a reflexão e partilha dos resultados e dos impactos transformadores do programa Cultura em Portugal. Vemo-nos às 11. Até já.
We are back at the final event of the culture program. The culture has the power to preserve memory, revitalize spaces and communities, and drive truly sustainable development. This is what the project supported by EEA Grants Culture Program show us. We welcome the moderator of the panel, Memory, Revitalization and Sustainable Development, Mrs. Paula Pinheiro. Good morning, all of you. Welcome to the panel 1 of the final event of the program Culture, and our theme is Memory, Revitalization and Sustainable Development. I suggested to the representatives of the program equation for us to undertake a different format. Each one of the speakers is going to present the project. At the end of the presentation of each project, I will have a talk just to clarify some of the points that were not very clear. I talk to the person who presented the project, and then I pass on to the following one, because otherwise, at the end of the presentations, people don't remember the first one anymore. So that's a way to memorize the content of each project. And at the end of these presentations and brief conversations I'm going to hold with them, I raise a common question to all of them. We wait for the answers, and at the end, we open discussion with the audience. Please don't consider it strange when I start having a conversation with the first speaker. Diogo Costa is late, had a car problem. He's going to be the last one to present the project, and we hope that he will be able to arrive. I propose to start with the filming project here submitted by Tiago Bartolomeu. Tiago, could you please explain what is the institution that is behind the project Filmar, or filming, and what was the purpose of the project? Good morning. From the language point of view of EEA grants, filming was a predefined project, meaning that a predefined project means that there is an accountability for a state institution with a public duty that has to share and ensure that a vast knowledge will meet the population's needs. In this specific case, a concern with the film heritage, requiring to know the archive that the Portuguese filming institution has, where the story of the Portuguese cinema is stored. And for it to be accessible, we had to put in place something that didn't exist in Portugal or even in Europe. The Portuguese Cinemateca, together with the EEA Grants project, built a digital lab to ensure digitalization of the Portuguese movies, and in particular because the subject of this cycle 2020-2024 was the sea, the concern to represent the sea in the Portuguese cinema. Literally, the sea. It was the absolute absence of originality. Film and sea, mar, filmar, filming. It doesn't work with English. Filmar required to identify a number of titles which were not only fiction or the sea and the fisheries, but the whole impact in local communities, in industrial development, in propaganda, in education, in the development of the community building conditions. And in the Portuguese case, it has a complex dimension, the essential of the story of the cinema made in Portugal, mostly with means, was made with the fascist regime of the new state. And this was a metaphor for the country, the representation that the cinema proposes to have a national identity connected with this idea that the sea, or it is in the sea that we acknowledge ourselves. What we did was to really destroy this idea of a construction that comes from a destiny that we should fulfill. At the beginning, we identified 70 movies, 277 were digitalized. We should have done 20 sessions across the country. We did 502, 6 cities. We visited 45. We built a TV program. We edited 6 books. One of them is available outside, the one George is showing. We opened movies like Katembe, the most censored movie in the world, forbidden in 1968. Finally, we are able to really show it in a movie room. So it was possible to include it in the movies that were seen. So it is part of an effective material memory. And in addition to holding sessions at Cinemateca, the possibility to really show movies in international festivals, we did training sessions with schools for children that didn't even come to a movie room. What we can do with the project to develop together with Oslo Cinemateca and in articulation with the National Library in Norway was to really understand what are we speaking about when we speak about the sea as imagination matter. The sea was a project developed in a house having the mission to preserve and to disclose the memory of the cinema, allowing us to really find ourselves as a community living with this aggressive weight of fixation with which they didn't know how to deal with. The amount of books, the purpose was to have one, but since we already started, we did all these with a DVD in collaboration with EEA grants stakeholders. We did with those in the field. And we used what were the negative outcomes of the pandemic to the culture. And we decided to open the project to all of those that in the countries, in festivals, clubs, schools, national programs were working. And they would continue afterwards, and allowing us to open with the heritage movie for us to be able to show a movie of a professional like Antonio de Macedo, allowing us to really start a movie with Raquel. For the first time, she was able to see her movies in a TV screen, in a movie screen, sorry. It was the first time she had this opportunity to have the experience that was Vilarinho das Furnas in a movie by Antonio Campos in 1992, proving that the cinema exists because there are viewers who are contemporary of those who saw those movies for the first time. And we wanted to ask which movie or cinema, which memories and what ideas can we build from something that was imposed to us. And this is really a structure for our collective memory. Tiago, I am really done. Could you please give us an example? How many schools have you planned? No school at all. And how many schools did you visit? 502 sessions. We foresaw 20. Fantastic. There is a question that maybe the answer is extensive to all of you. How long did this project take? 3 years since the signature of the contract in February 2020 until 30 of April 2024. The room knows the pandemic led us to this situation. The pandemic made that Cinemateca, and we have Rui Machado, the director of Cinemateca. They had time to build the lab. We didn't bring images, but Paula said, no, but okay, to make a movie, there are sessions, there are books, they are available, the movies are available, but no one knows how did that start. And we decided to do a special session. It is available at RTP Play that you can watch at Cinemax. You can see the digital lab, 2 movies that we have digitalized to know, in fact, what was the origin of the Film Art project and what it became. And it has to do with this. I apologize to interrupt. That happened in many sectors, and in many cases, the pandemic also had some positive aspects. Gave us time to think about things slowly, and it was clear, I think, but just to repeat, if it wasn't for the new lab, it was surprising to me also because there was no European scale. It wouldn't have been possible, the amount of movies that you have digitalized. It doesn't mean that the Cinemateca has a digitalization work for years. It doesn't mean that the work didn't continue afterwards, but this scale would have been impossible. That required a lab in a workflow be created. The technicians were able to see everything at the same time, burning phases, allowing to have a specialized team that the work could have been done and ready to be submitted and allowed inclusively, because we were in a sort of cocoon, in a bubble. I was looking for a nautical word, like a shell, a capsule, a baric thing. What do you have at Knash? You can give suggestions. It allowed that this concentration in time and space of a team and in a lab that was designed. And we are speaking about things like discussing the color of the wall, allowing the lighting of a screen doesn't create an artificial color correction. What we see in movie today, they were tested in a lab, and then they can be showed in a movie room. Without the support of EEA grants, it would have been impossible. At this scale, with this organization, with this capacity to produce outcomes concentrated in one single unit, what we have is the externalization of services. The sound can be done on the one hand, and then that didn't exist. A PDP reason, the state understood that for them to really be able to fulfill its public mission, they had the need for Cinemateca to have these conditions. Without this support, it would have been impossible. And without the pandemic also, we wouldn't be able to put it in place. and with the collaborators of the project, allowing to really bring the project to the whole country. You are really welcome. You did a wonderful job. That means that we are going to have much more treasures digitalized. I know sometimes I have to knock at the door because you are the repository of a memory. When we speak about the movie, people think we are speaking about big productions, but not necessarily. Sometimes we have just images. I remember that I had to ask you through Cinematheque, of course, at the headquarters, images that were captured, just to give you an example, because I think it's useful for those who are here, by a police officer in a mine in a roca. So these are the only images known during the war, during the 40s. The police officer made a movie. Cinemateca is the guardian of these images. This is what matters. This is the type of thing that is so precious to produce with means, fiction, documentaries. There are many documents of this nature that are kept or stored at Cinemateca, which are key for the building of our memories and consciousness. This was one requirement. Just for you to understand, the project had calculated 10,000 minutes of digitalization. If a long movie had 100 minutes, the great advantage of this project would be to look at the movies that would never be shown. They are short movies of current things, about things that were produced at the Overseas Ministry, Public Works Ministry, map services of the Army. The first time captures were taken in the country. They have more than 180 movies digitalized by Filmar, which are precisely these images, the images of Portugal, allowing now the researchers to be able to finally recognize, and I give you an example. We found at the Norway National Library a movie produced in 1919 at Serra do Busseco. 1919, yes, just to underline. I didn't know that a Norwegian producer had ever made a movie in 1919 in Portugal, to make a movie about the Busseco Palace. It was the first time we understood what were the practices and the community rituals that for decades had been described. And we didn't have even an image. Busseco, yes. This movie was presented in Norway. They didn't know that Hans Berg, producer, had come to Portugal. We were able to identify because of the car, because that car didn't exist at that time in Portugal. Many examples we have in this digital page at Cinemateca. The movie made in Portugal is not only the fiction movie or long movies. Everything that was produced in Portugal since the movies arrived, in our case, in our relation with the images, moving images, to our relation, we missed these images. And mainly the work with the building of the lab, what is possible today is for the Cinemateca within the scope of other programs, namely funding programs such as the program Resilience, Recovery and Resilience program, PRR. Now they can really make an offer, and we will not only discover treasures, and we will raise the question why we didn't know about this. We know we know very well why we didn't know. Regarding instrumentalizations of Tiago, that Tiago was speaking about, it would be a long conversation for another occasion. Instrumentalizations existed. Today, instrumentalization is made differently, but anyway, we will continue this talk. Thank you, Tiago. Thank you, Cinemateca. It is a great project. We will come back to you soon.
Peço desculpa, estou maluca. Virgília. Project Vivificar. And this is a project that is very different from the previous one. It's with people, live people, flesh and blood. There's no dead people. As I normally say in my work, I'm between the dead and the living. I work with history. I'm always among the dead. So this is alive and kicking. And this is very interesting. Let's hear you. Yes, good afternoon. No, good morning. Still, good morning. Thank you for the invitation to be here with you, celebrating this moment and sharing the work we developed, Vivificar. And Vivificar, it's not about the issue of death. It's the opposite, is to give life. Revitalize is one of the key words in this panel. And the idea of the project was to reflect on living and staying in 4 municipalities of Douro region. And it's a project transdisciplinary that included photographs and the new media architecture. Also, it promotes exchanges between Portuguese artists and Norwegian and the community. And the methodology is based on participative strategies, co-creation, to product works site-specific. And also the development of these projects allowed to develop as well perspectives, artistic perspectives regarding the socio-economical context, cultural, ecological ones of these territories and the communities living there and involved in these projects. And to Vivificar, it activates the critical thought, the involvement of the population, and it's focused a lot in the younger public, young adults. Those were our target audience. And to have an idea of the activities and the dynamics created, I would ask my colleague to project the video regarding this project. Could you just remove the sound, please? Or reduce it. And the Vivificar has a starting point. It has a principle at the debate on whether to speak on the movie on top of. I was saying that Vivificar has a principle that to understand and activate these territories of low density through art, it's mandatory, to us was mandatory, some dimensions that had in its matrix of the project and implementation of the same. And we are speaking of local habitat. It's a territorial approach. Listen to those who live there, and a sensitive approach to stay with those there. This idea of staying, a hospitable idea to learn how to live together, work with those who live there, a collaborative approach, inspire creativity, not just from the artistic residents, but a training course, the live workshops to reimagine and stimulate, and deliver tools to those that stay behind, for them to continue on in developing new projects, artistic ones and cultural ones, generative cultures. And this was, as I said, what fed us. and allowed us to create this Vivificar matrix. In the center of the project is a model of artistic residences, immersive ones. This model we call live encounters. Each artist stayed in private homes, 12 artists, 12 private homes. In this case, 12 families that hosted these artists. These people, these families that hosted, we call them ambassadors. These ambassadors became the doorway to the community. It was an unknown territory for the artists. We are talking of not common people from the community that showed a lot of courage, a lot of generosity. We're speaking about a time of COVID. Everybody was saying, no way, no family is going to host for 7 weeks an artist to live in, to have dinner, have breakfast, lunch in a context they don't know, for the artists and for the families. It was incredible. It was during COVID. So this experience was a high-intensity experience that resulted in a lab, a social cultural lab, that was surprising for both parties. This intimacy with the local family was a strategy to facilitate the immersion of the artist in the local dynamic of the villages and the culture of that same village. Also, key figure that was in the project, and it was crucial. It was what we call the local mediators, selected through a summit that we launched in each municipality. That we're talking about residing young people that receive professional help to be able to support and follow up the project, from the implementation of residences to the exhibits, to guided tours, to schools, etc. And therefore, this was the two great figures. And then the collaboration, negotiation, they were crucial for the project during the entire creative process. There was follow-up by a network of 4 specialists in visual arts. And each artist developed a project in collaboration, strict collaboration with the community, the people in the community where he was living. And in that last week of residence, the site-specific installations were produced, many times going to materials or using materials whenever possible. Reusing materials. I did not understand that part. Was set up, the pieces resulting, the materials used for a wide screen. We had found wood in the municipality shipyards that were available, and we reused them. Those communication structures were platforms. They were set up in one place and then deassembled and assembled again. The canvas that we were using, the deformation, they were donated by local craftsmen to use, even boats, to make boats. So in that sense, it was very educational for the local community. The sustainability of the housing, they did not stay in hotels, or local touristic places. No, they were hosted in family homes. So all that thinking about the dimension of sustainability from the point of view whether social, economic, was very present throughout the process. The project. I was speaking about the facilities at the end of the last week, where these facilities were produced, and you saw a few. They were not small facilities. Some of them were very, very big, demanding from the point of view of production. And also another issue that was very present was activating spaces that were abandoned. but they had memory. They were part of the collective memory of the village, like abandoned schools or a cinema that was abandoned for 20 years, full of memories because that's where the last concert of Chutes Pontapés was given. So that sort of thing, it was very important for people. And the idea of reusing what people thought was no good. It's an abandoned place. It's not. Suddenly, it became new again. It has merit. It has the quality to be opened again. And from then on, to be able to do a facility that responded to the work the artist was developing for the community. Can I start asking questions? Is there anything else you want to say, or maybe we can talk a little bit more? How many people, I think this question is ungrateful when we speak about art especially, or artistic interventions, residents. It's ungrateful because it's reducing it to a measurable amount, and I hate this question as well. But it's a quantitative data of reference. I know this was said before. We are speaking of 4 municipalities of low populational density, 12 artists. How many people from the local communities you were able to involve in this projects and these artistic projects? That is a very interesting question. Initially, we expected less people, and since it was COVID, people were more in-house. Douro, these villages are villages with very few inhabitants, namely young people. There was an expectation of involving in these process of 12 artists, around 100 and a few people. We involved 231 people. When I say involve, I mean participating directly. We are not speaking about visitors to exhibits. No, people participating directly in the creation or co-creation together with the artist. We are speaking of 231. We have the name of all of them in our book, and the age range. Well, our focus were young people, young adults, because they are in the population. No, but I saw people, senior people. It was open to all the community. It's very interesting. Suddenly we had senior citizens and children and young people, as obvious, families, complete families, participating in different stages. Give us, what were the areas, the disciplines of the artists, of the 12 artists involved? Photography, new media. This means no video, digital image, architecture, as well as an public intervention of the space, public space. And I'm curious about that. Regarding photograph, video, digital, whatever, I think all of us can understand how we can involve a community, and we make people become interested because they can also photograph. So let's focus just in photographs. It's the most familiar means for all of us. Everybody involved in that project with a photograph can photograph as well, correct? Yes. Regarding architecture, I'm curious in particular about, because it's very interesting, how do you involve an architect? I assume it's very well, because architecture is an art form as well. Many times it's not classified like that, but it is. How does an architect be able to involve people, and in what? Just in the building of the spaces of exhibit, or no. No, it wasn't in the building, in the construction. It was more in thinking the public space, the territory, going to and fro, recognizing, acknowledge the heritage there, activating certain zones, areas that maybe were not considered before or by the population, but with the heritage value. So it was give a new look regarding the buildings, the territory, and the exercise was that it was going to and fro, seeing the space without deterring the others. It could have important consequences, namely in the exercise of an aware citizenship, more enlightened. I ask if you felt that invitation to look at the heritage and the public space in another way, with more concentration, more attention, again, with a critical look. Do you feel that that could leave, I think that's wishful thinking, to leave seeds always, but all of this to leave seeds. But in that concrete case, do you think it could lead for people to intervene in a more active way in the decisions made in their municipalities regarding public spaces? I think so. And that happened. It happened because the project allowed for that dialogue, not just between the community, but with the political powers as well. They heard the communities, what they thought, understood what the artists had developed and what was the perspective they brought to what that was built on that community, that territory. But I think that helped to think certain even prejudice and to solve some issues that from this dialogue, this meeting, these live meetings emerged. And now we are implementing the second edition because we believe so much in the project. 3 of the municipalities are still with us, and this means that the community adhered. Several villages, sometimes we had the mediators, and the other local ambassadors, they share with us, and they ask, when does Vivificar come, and they come to our village? We want Vivificar here in our village as well, so that's very beautiful. And I would say that there was an impact, a positive impact in the invisible world, yes, but also in the real world. And their memories that stayed with us. And just to share with all of you, in terms of impact in the community, for instance, a group of women that met weekly with Maria Lusitana, the artist, to develop the project in residence. They continue. Maria Lusitania, the discipline was what? Video, photograph, performance. They still are today. Religiously, the group is becoming bigger. They still weekly meet in the village developing projects. We know that because they've been sharing it with us. We see in the social media. And people that didn't get along, now they share the same space. An association in Elijó that had a young ambassador that welcomed the André Tribes, a Norwegian artist, today is very active from the point of view of projects and proposal, cultural, artistic in Elijó, occupying one of the abandoned spaces, the local market. And there's several. There was a Norwegian artist that just bought a house in Meda in the community where he was working because it was so special to him, that experience of being hosted by those people. And we're speaking of Poço do Canto, and it's a very remote area, totally remote. And Trond Lucius bought a house there. And I think that shows a lot the impact for the artist, for the community, and the political powers. We feel that there was a meeting, and it's very much alive. Thank you, fantastic, congratulations, and continue because it's visible. The seeds are flourishing already. Ana Catarina Souza, it's your turn. Project Water World. Yes, this project, first I need to make a statement saying that I just arrived to this project when he was finished. So, so the distance is bigger. Yes, I do not know the stories, inside stories, but I follow what happened. I am here on behalf of the board and as an archaeologist that has this area, but objectively, what's interesting in organizing like cultural heritage, it's a passage. Today is called I had functions in ISPAR, IGCP, but bottom line, very quickly, Direção Geral do Cultural in the Instituto de Gestão Arquitetónico, today, Cultural Heritage and Public Institution in Portugal. We have a follow-up of 10 years for each organization of heritage, but what does not change is the responsibility to take care of our heritage patrimony. And basically the framework, what is crucial is your work, not the names, and protection, safeguarding, communicating cultural heritage, but several others very dedicated to archaeology. But archaeology also has an immaterial dimension, and in this case, since it's sea, maritime heritage is very rooted in our communities, coastal communities. Let's specify, for those who do not know, CNASH. CNASH is the direct institution relating to this project, Water World. Can you tell us about the sigla? CNASH. CNASH, this project that has an English name, Water World, World of Water, it's the sea. It is connected to the National Center for Sea Management. It was created in 1997. The CNASH has been CNASH forever. It has this mission of taking care of this heritage, archaeological heritage underwater. That is a huge patrimony. Why? Because it's not just Portugal having an area of coastal area that is very big. The continental platform, one of the biggest that we know of, 400 sea miles. But this is a very important point that people do not realize. Portugal is one of the countries in the world with with more sea under its jurisdiction, and is about to get more. This is very important, the pointer. It gives us note of the relevance of managing the heritage underwater in an area of sea so big, and in a nation that has our partners that is a small country of seafaring people. We use the sea not just as a transport, but economic subsistence as well. And the sea, we speak about rivers as well, but the sea is part of our identity. And therefore, it has been a chosen subject matter since this is a predefined project together with Filmar. Both of them have this common point, the issue of the sea. And this treasure, not in terms of economical terms, but in terms of knowledge and memory, is still very little known. We have a high number of identified places. When we speak about places, we speak about archaeological places. It's very many of we have traces that need to be identified. Within these places, we have places in Portugal and traces of shipwrecks from several countries, more than 40 countries, in our territorial waters, including Norway ships and the presence of shipwrecks in a high number of countries outside our, in the Norwegian coast, maybe? Undoubtedly. Portuguese shipwrecks sunk in Norway and vice versa. Undoubtedly in Africa, Brazil. We are now celebrating Vasco da Gama closely, all that route. So it's very high to think the great challenge of taking care of that heritage. It's the one that is closest to us. It's our responsibility since Portugal ratified UNESCO Convention, not just to identify and protect, identify the places, the episodes, identify here we have a shipwrecks. Because people do not dominate with your terminology. You speak too fast, thinking that everybody is understanding, but nobody understands. I don't understand. You need to explain places, but archaeological sites, is that it? You identify here there was an occurrence. You dive, and you identify here there was an episode, a shipwreck, and this is now part of an inventory, of a map, of the quantity of episodes, in this case, the sea, Portuguese Sea. And since part of the opposite are historical, we need to cross-reference with the documentation. My area is research. It comes from the prehistorical times. In this case, we need to pick that find with the shipwreck that is documented in the and documents. So, and that's the part that is more interesting, to join the pieces like in a puzzle. Besides the identification and all the identifying, can we protect? And that is a very important question. Protect how? Monitoring and safeguarding that works that are made offshore, and the exploration by man of nature has no limits. So safeguarding that site in order not to have intervention. Then to see the conservation, Katarina, people like that are not going to be able to understand. Protect how? You try to stop people from going there? That's the fishermen or treasure hunters, but that's the most romanticized. It's more frequent than you think. It's forbidden. I learned that from Knesh. Treasure hunters are forbidden, are banned by law. Doesn't mean that it doesn't happen still, but how do you protect heritage underwater? How do you ensure? Let's forget the hunters. Let's think about other types of intervention. I thought protection had to do, because I learned it from Knesh, that had to do with registration, photograph, film, video, documentation of the site. In reality, the best thing that can happen to a site underwater is to stay underwater. The moment it's brought up, it starts in a process of degradation, and the conservation team, this is an archaeology project, but also conservation and restoration, because we have safeguarding Knash, a huge set of assets, archaeological assets that were recovered in decades of research, and the moment they are brought from the water, they need to be restored. It's very interesting to go to Knash. For those of you who don't know, we're talking about tanks and tanks of many of these pieces because they need to be underwater, liquid. If they're not in water, they start or a conservation process. I have the team of Knash here in the room, and I greet them. But it's a long process, complex, that obviously with all the skills that we could implement with the creation of CNASH, and I greet here my colleague Catarina Coelho that was in these solutions and follow up the setup of CNASH. CNASH has been around since 97, and heritage goes from institution to institution. The current CNASH that Paula knows has equipment, facilities, and teams that could or can make more than 20,000 assets that we have in CNASH go from the tanks, the water tanks, to public viewing, to the museum. We still need a museum for people to view the pieces. The labs, CNASH, is a working space. It's not to be visited, although we are able to do it. Tell me something. Either you speak or we read. The archaeologists are here to speak. You either speak or you read the text. This is typical from archaeologists.
Ouvimos ou lemos. Bom, mas o que...
But what I was saying, just to understand one thing, Catarina, what makes difference CNASH from the project Water World? That's what I was explaining or trying to. This has been more a dialogue and not exactly a presentation. Well, this project is not CNASH, but what is the goal? It's to have a new approach because it's a challenge. It's a recent one. If archaeology is recent, there's underwater archaeology even more recent. There's very few underwater archaeologists, very few curators, and there's a part of the archaeology that has other institutions on land that make archaeology on land, whether it's local or central administration and university. In the case of underwater archaeology, it's restricted to CNASH. There's nowhere else. So the idea of this project was to transform, to give an input of this area that has so much potential in terms of research, future fruition, of development, on the economic, touristic nature, and to build up, give capabilities, and to give a leap forward. That is a leap that we know the pathway is long. We know this area in terms of acting. It's very, very recent. So we had, now I need to say what was in the project. We wanted to give capacity and to support training in this area because it's good to have more and more researchers, archaeology, curators to have these skills because they are very few, the ones that exist. Develop practice of conservation, of monitoring this heritage, underwater heritage. The challenges to conserving this heritage are huge, not just because the spaces, underwater spaces are very frequent. We have climate changes. Last week we had a workshop with our bilateral partners that I greet here. We had a workshop dedicated to the underwater, coastal, and risk, including the underwater and the one on shore. We found ways to monitor that heritage that is in risk due to climate change, temperatures, currents, etc., and try to bring together these points, these episodes, in an effective comprehension of what is the sea landscape. And the objective of everything we do in heritage is to protect, register, study, and then communicate publicly. And it's very difficult for archaeology to, not just because our language is very closed, but the less we know, the more difficult it is to have a narrative. And that was one of the goals of this project. And this project, of course, I'm not going, what was achieved? It's We are speaking of long-term objectives, but we are talking about steps that we tried. We made workshops, we learned with our Norwegian partners. Our partners participated, came here, and they participated in missions. That part of the exchange with the donor countries, Norway, it's very important. Also, the creation of jobs. One is very important to increase, not just in Knash, but in other museums. They have that calling, like Portimão Museum, that to have more curators, more archaeologists with those skills, it's very important. And the learning new methodologies of registration from the spoils that we have already and the other materials. That is one of the skills, the competences of this project. Technology is always changing, and the training, giving capabilities. It's a step in construction. Subaquatic archaeology that we do today is completely different from 10, 20 years ago. So the potentiality, it's huge. And then in the area of conservation, what this project allowed for, we had already made an investment, huge investment, in this case by the Cultural Heritage Director General, the predecessor institution in the facility. Now we see the image of the tanks and several other equipments. It was possible to step forward and to acquire more equipment. Currently, with the RRP, the Recovery and Resilience Program, we were able to buy more equipment. All this, it's important to have equipment, but also more people. Do we have more people? That's the issue? Yes, that is the issue. Everywhere, more people, more technicians, more archaeologists. And were you able to hire? No, you can't, because from the RRP, we cannot hire more people. It was just to acquire equipment. So that is a challenge for the future that we hope we will be able to overcome, because the subject is deserving. The spoils safeguarded by the Portuguese government is huge. 20,000 artifacts, some of them very big. Paula knows the space and knows what we're speaking about. And another goal was to make conservation actions to start restituting these pieces to the public, to place them in museums, because we have in Knash several assets that from all over the country. So it was possible. It's enough. You have more to say. You would have a lot more to say, but for the presentation of the project, if I understand correctly, this project, it's a slow one. It's something ongoing. Hiring people did not happen. No, it did happen? Oh, okay. Tell us, how many did you hire? 5 in total, but at this moment we have 3 curators more, 3 conservators, and we will hope to increase the number of archaeologists. I think that is a crucial issue always. So, to finish, so we can pass on to the next project. We could be speaking a long time about this. I would like to say just one more thing. Our communication activities that went through news reports. I invite all of you to go to RTP Play to see the program, the show Visita Guiada. Was dedicated to Knash. That was so important to communicate, because this subject, and we know, those that know Knash and the potentials of underwater archaeology understand that this is a design for those in policies of culture and heritage, and that it is society, when they know about us and realize, they are fascinated. But I understand that this archaeologists, as other professionals, do not have to have great skills in communicating, but it's very important. It should be part of the curricula the capability to explain what we do. Because if the community does not understand what you are doing, it stops being a priority. You stop having an importance. You need to explain to the community the relevance of what you do. If you're not able to do that, I'm very proud when the amendment in 2014 of archaeological works with Catarina Coelho, and we were able to place an item that was not included up until then. An archaeological site work has to have mandatory a component of communication to the public, non-specialized public, and that is already foreseen. Great. Thank you, Catarina. Everybody will understand archaeologists and what they do. It will be very, very clear. You will have a lot more people in CNA, more people interested. I'm joking, but I'm serious at the same time. I hope so, and I hope this was the beginning of an investment, because that's what we're talking about. An investment in an area that is overlooked, is more than the sea. In the case of Portugal, it's a lot more than just an instrument of manipulation of our imagination, our history, of the narratives regarding our past. It's a resource, the biggest resource this country has, besides the people.
Passar ao projeto
Now, Coastal Memory Fort Project by João Serra. João, the floor is yours.
Eu aqui tenho uma apresentação.
I have a small presentation and a video, if you allow me to show you the video for everyone to understand. Or, by the way, perhaps I will show you the video first. Could you please show the video now? Because it would make it easy for people to remember. Before viewing the movie, I would like to thank you all and Paula for being the moderator of this morning panel. And now, could you please raise the hand, those who work in the project, just for you to know who is working. And my first comment would be, this is a project made by people, for people, and is a requirement that started with the community. Sometimes we require things to the ministries, and suddenly we are in the city hall and we are bombarded for us to be able to do something for the community. And this community, represented by Vanessa, by Olivia, by Sylvia, who are members of our council, they and the community force us to have a unique project. And I will continue to talk to you after this 2-minute movie.
Esta é a parte mais material da.
This is the material part of the design, and then I will speak about the immaterial part. I would say this is really epic because 50 years later we were able to bring to light what was the project that once was a fortress to really keep Lisbon safe. We are very happy with EEA grants and with the help from the Heritage Division. This idea is an idea of everyone, namely an idea by those citizens who live in the region. Well, let's continue our journey. 7 years of great experiences. I really enjoyed when Paula said, could you please tell me, what did you do? What is the objective? The priority was as follows, what you saw, to recover and requalify the fortress, to give it a new function. According to Mrs. Katarina, COVID was something that didn't allow us to meet the material goals, but we were able anyway to rethink and to involve people. We tried to involve the schools, the community, aiming to really have many outputs. The outputs today are the seeds. Seeds make us have more projects happening. The project has a PhD of a place where the archaeological shutter is being made thanks to the fortress. I call it a spin-off because we have many spin-offs around the subject. This team is working already for 7 years, not only in this project, but also in other spin-offs projects. But mainly, it has been a pleasant experience because this was the unique project. It is a multiplying project. It was first multiplying and then demultiplying projects. We have someone from Oslo University that on the 19 August 78, when the Wellington troops are going to disembark and walk till Vilmeiro, where the first Napoleon defeat happened. This was a very interesting project. 250 army until they were defeated. They started walking, but then they were defeated. In 2019, we were able to win the French with a beautiful goal. Having said this, this part has been difficult to materialize. Paula was saying, and very well, that this was the center, but then we have some other projects. It's at risk, it's true. It's at risk because it is next to the cliff, and we are going to submit a new project, 3.5 million, to refurbish the Arriba, the cliff, to keep it for years. But if we didn't, this to tell you that if we didn't have this help and the good relations with all state entities, it wouldn't be possible, because it has allowed, with this investment from the EA grants, to be requalified. We want to equip it with a new space, allowing entrepreneurship, creativity, and culture, and everything. Well, you are saying that the fortress has now conditions to host several events. You have created spaces in the fortress to welcome events. Yes, it's prepared. We still need the support, and also the Portuguese Agency for the Environment will have to approve many other facilities that will support the fortress. We also have re-qualification of the surroundings. It will be even more well in place. It's good to keep the rock, to avoid it to collapse. This visualization allow you to understand where it is located. All the partners, I have to personally thank them all. The Lourinhã Historic Center of Studies, LENEC, which made very good studies, Northern Museum and the Oslo University, they were really awesome in this project. But we also have other partners, Paulo Tinoco and architect Nuno Raposo, who were fantastic since the first minute. They have been working hard, and this process will continue. It is an endless story. Will take at least one more generation. We have a huge investment already. And then the fantastic team of Significat that were with us since the beginning in applying to the project. The fortress comes from this concept of people. The memory course was, since the first minute, a project that we started with the community. There is no time to list everything. Now we understand, well, we already understand it, and the outputs of the material, to try for us to have the memories and to preserve the memories. They are very important, and here people, likewise the previous project, you can make a movie, as you did in Peniche Museum. They made a movie there. The new Torre do Tombo is audiovisual already. This is fantastic. This work should be exposed and viewed at the space. This work was made together with the Gunnar professor, the part that is so dear to us, and then the outputs with the community, be it in these heritage journeys or interactions with the Norwegians, which were very fruitful. We learned a lot with their coming to Portugal. And then in the exhibitions we held in the Lusófona University and with the students. And also this sensitization, earthquake action was very important regarding the risk and for people to understand the risk, even at the level of engineering. We had the visit from future civil engineers who visited the fortress to understand the good practices we must have to keep it for years. Regarding entrepreneurship, it is also a very fundamental output for us that we will continue to value, and the relation we are having with our Norwegian partners, we would like them to continue with us, and if I stay in the City Hall, I will invite them to continue to work with us always, because I think they are very important. I don't know if you have something else to say. No? I would say only that this is an excellent multinational team, and this participation is really very important. And I would like to ask you a round of applause to them. It's good to have everyone involved here in the room, because not that they have come from far away, but it gives you the impression of their commitment. And in your case, the result is very expressive, is the healthy fortress. Now I'm really concerned with the consolidation of the cliff, of the rock. We had the participation of the National Civil Engineering Lab, LINEG that gave us this comfort. We also have a different team, engineering team. They all did everything to combine with geotechnical, geological studies to then intervene. This is what we are going to do, to intervene in the future to keep the fortress safe. This is an asset that belongs to everyone, and it's good to have it in good shape. Diogo Costa is here for the project Shipyard Museum at Porto Brandão. Is it connected? Yes. Before anything else, it is a pleasure to meet you. I would like to start with Thanksgiving, to thank the former DGPC, the current Cultural Heritage IP. They were really key in supporting and helping to overcome all the difficulties. We had many difficulties anyway, namely given the COVID pandemic, because we are also a private entity outside. We are a company, so we are not so in line with other projects, with the difficulties that this lead to, such as public procurement and things that made the project to be delayed. But I would like to thank the Cultural Heritage Unit for their support. The museum shipyard at Porto Brandão, it is the oldest sloping shipyard. It is with the boats going to that slope. It is the oldest shipyard in the country. 1865, dates back to 1865, with mechanical steam means, because the former boats were already built in a slope with mechanical means. And we were able to have the concession of the space. It's a public space that belongs to the Portuguese state. Yes, the work is made in public heritage. In Lisbon Port, we were able to have the concession that belongs to the state. What happens? We identify, because we are from there, we identify the location. We have traditional boats or vessels. That's the reason. What was your previous activity? Maritime and touristic vessels, another reality. And this is connected. I didn't understand why you were interested in the slope design. So you were operated. We were able to have the operation without EEA grants, using our own investment, and then we applied with those who wanted to destroy that, to build the marine. Being an historic site, we were able to bring it to the City Hall public discussion. At the time, it was being classified, but the aim was to protect the heritage site. I would say that I think this is really very important, because we are at the beginning of the project. If I understand well, you, and I suppose not alone, you had a very clear idea that historic heritage equals economic added value. This is a very important piece of data, because in cultural activities, it is important to understand why this is a good business, because many people don't understand it that way. There is a need to know how to sell, but the investment in this specific case in cultural heritage, because it is a material piece. Yes, the vessels and the shipyard itself. Yes, it's real estate. It's an asset. I mean, material. It's a material thing. We started the project in 2016, and I thought that how in Lisbon we don't have any memory of that, and my partner and I, we didn't have memory of that. How we have traditional vessels in Aveiro, in Porto. They are imitations, by the way, to be really exploited in tourism. And in Lisbon, we didn't have anything. We started in 2016. We started to look for Lisbon shipyards and vessels. We have many, many types of vessels, many different types of vessels in the Tagus river mouth. And then we found, once we have this knowledge, I go home and I see pictures. I was blind. I couldn't understand what it was. Only when I understood what was a traditional vessel. I am interested in a business. You were after traditional vessels, originals or copies? Originals. Let me tell you, we started to look for them. We went to Viana do Castelo, to a shipyard, to have a replica of a vessel, and we found out the last Tagus River shipyard. And when we got there, we asked, is it possible to build a traditional vessel? And he said, there is no need, because I have one and I can sell it. It has a story. The man cried when he sold the vessel. It took a long time until we were able to buy that. It was built by his father. Traditional vessels, the construction of the bridge killed the traditional vessels construction. The utility, yes. The only entities that preserved were the city halls or city councils at the Tagus River. They kept some copies or some vessels. And sometimes they show this heritage they have. It's not tourism, but it's okay. Mr. Jaime was the only one, because he had a shipyard, the only private person with two big traditional vessels that were of his own. We bought one, we started a business, we started to work from Cais do Sodré. We made an agreement with Transtejo. We had a selling point there to do regular trips. And that activity was very good, started to grow. And currently, we are at Terreiro do Passo. Just to tell you that traditional vessels declined. Many were sold to foreigners, and our boat had been built by Jaime's father, and it was sold to a Dutch who was traveling across the globe. We have a picture at Azores Jatapitas, traveling the Amazonas River in Brazil. He came back. The vessel was destroyed because it required ongoing maintenance work, and the vessel started to be destroyed. Mr. Jaime bought the boat or the vessels to the Dutch for €1. Now he started to recover the vessel, and when we got there, the vessel was ready. We bought it in 2016. They had finished the refurbishing of it in 2014, and it dates to 47. It's a 19th century. No one knows the real date, but we understood because they were using wood nails. We are not quite sure the date, but it's back to the 16th century given the wooden nails. The man is 72 years old. He's always saying that he wants to close the shipyard. Porto Brandão shipyard aims to give continuity to this memory, to recover, to rebuild traditional painting and installation. My question is as follows. Museum shipyard means is a living museum. It's a living museum. And inside you have professors and masters. We have a carpenter master, an academy. We have 2 trainees that went to Norway. We had an interchange program between 2 shipyards. I have to accelerate. This is where we work currently, allowing us to have access to 98% of our clients are foreigners. Therefore, our purpose is to really disclose abroad our heritage. The foreigner coming to Lisbon, seeing the sailing boats, doesn't add cultural value. This is what makes us different. It's an added value. It can be an economic added value as well. However, it is worth underlying that people may sail and don't understand or realize which type of boat they are sailing. We are at the center of the city. We started at Cais do Sodré. Today we are here. It was refurbished recently. We have a ticket selling point. The project that you bring is the shipyard project. This was an introduction. Since you made the introduction, we already know the Master Jaime, the diversity of ships. All of them are registered in the Tagus maritime record. We have 2 different vessels. Here we have Álvaro Velho, a fishing boat used in the Tagus River that was eliminated by the King Charles. He was a scientist, by the way. He excluded. It was a dragging boat. Meanwhile, Barreiro City Hall made this order to Jaime to do a copy of this vessel, and the vessel was not being used, and now we operate the vessel. This is the route, the interest points in Portugal. Let's go to the shipyard. The aim was to show you Porto Brandão. Our focus is that traditional ships should be the image of the city as before. Since it takes time, we decided to build ships like Well, Porto Brandão shipyard, a picture from 1865, cultural, coastal heritage, immaterial heritage, the know-how. Jaime is there? No, he is not there. Who is teaching? We have a master professor there. But anyway, we have an excellent relationship with Jaime. These are our national partners. We recovered 2 ships from the Naval Maritime Museum. One of them is Norwegian. I don't know if I have images. The Almada Archaeology Center made a study about the fishing techniques in the Tagus River, and a study about the traditional vessels in this river mouth. Life Checker is an association from Monte da Camparica social neighborhoods, people that we will really conquest to continue naval construction. It's difficult to have manpower. In Portugal, people don't give it much credit. I have a sea carpenter who went to the US. We must have a market. This is working for how long? During the project was working, then we had an handicap on procurement and COVID. Procurement and COVID delayed the construction of the shipyard. There was a considerable delay. Some investors in the area gave us a warehouse. We are continuing the activity for us to be able to continue. Unless you have something that you consider important, I think we already understand. And what is clear, and for those who didn't think about it, there is a huge potential. The aim is really to be able to capture good professors or master or people who wish to learn this art now with a new purpose, not for fishing, but for transportation with a touristic purpose. I don't understand why we don't have more shipyards in Portugal, but our coastline is really sharp. It's very interesting to see how this can be the beginning of something very important to all of us. Just a note to finish. Partner shipyards in Norway. In Norway, this works. We had some inspirations in their work. Namely, we did a partnership with Reshake, the former RACAP. It is a very interesting example. We went to Caxias jail. The aim was to bring tools. In jails, we have some limitations. I don't think it's a good idea to bring tools there. They would produce China, and there were some problems. No, they learn how to produce, but one of the prisoners who is already free visited us. The idea was to give them training so that they could be inserted in society when they leave jail. So just to tell you, they visited us. As you can see in the picture, we have a picture from 65 and 47. Please don't tell us everyone who visited here. Now, our students are here visiting the shipyard in Norway. This is really very interesting. There is an interchange program that we aim to keep. We were visited by them and we visit them. They are really more advanced than Portugal in shipyards, and they preserve. Norway has something we don't have. What is it? How can I say this in American language? The state budget for culture is always small, and rich countries can afford. Well, it's not a financial reason always. Thank you very much. I think we have understood. Thank you so much. George Andrade.
Project Campilhas International. I want to hear you from the beginning, from the start. It took you some time to get here, but can you hear me now? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jorge Andrade, and I'm the artistic director of a theater company. Theater in majority, but we have other activities, namely artistic residence for national and international artists. And we have our activity is being developed up until 4 years ago in Lisbon and Porto. And it was 4 years ago we had the intention to start developing our artistic activity outside Lisbon and Porto, and we found this marvelous place in Santiago do Cacém that ended up giving the name to the project, Capilhas. It's the dam that we're seeing, 32% of the water from the limit of the dam. And we had these grounds, completely virgin terrain, and we were thinking how to develop an artistic project there. We had no indication of EEA grants up until then, and it was a happy coincidence when we thought what type of project to develop here that we learned about EEA grant that gave us implementing the project that we didn't even thought about at the time. We have finance from DG Arts for our artistic creation, but we had our plans already made, and it didn't fit to dynamize culturally any activity in this municipality. Now this is all virgin, and we destroy this marvelous side thing. The irony, it needs to evolve in the speech to understand it. This this ruin, if you can see it here, that stone wall allowed us to build here our cultural field of Campilhas. I'm not going to speak about the construction. It's not inside the program of EEA grants. What was financed was the activities that we developed in the municipality. We started to destroy the scenery with theater rooms. Here, this is one of the other directors is architect, and to make this cultural art center that has a theater room, rooms for the artists, it was made according to the local traditional architecture through Piper, made in with soil, and the interior. We bear in mind the ecology. destroying the scenery with class. And when we learned about the EEA grants, we knew that the project or the umbrella where we would fit would be to develop cultural activity in low density territories. And we thought it was pertinent when we started knowing better the county, not to focus in the cities, but going away from them. So one of the activities I will pass now, this is the rehearsal room, a marvelous one. One of the ways we had to communicate artistically with the populations living more remotely, we made an option, the radio. Radio M24, I will just speak about the partners, the national, the M24 radio, the municipality of Santiago do Cacém that was with us from the beginning, surprisingly. Terra Amarela to make the mediation with populations that we didn't know about, and you will understand later by the projects that I will be listing, the centers of day and the rural schools. A3S is sociologist groups from Oporto that helped us to reflect on the goals that we had and how they needed to be readjusted in the different steps of the implementation of the project. BPI, Fundação La Caixa, 2 banks, they participated in some of the activities that complemented the support given in the within EEA grants, and also EEA grants to dignify that allowed us to be more ambitious in this project. One of the first, this started, there's a virus here that we can only hear clapping. It would be an interest to the speech. So one of the main activities, and maybe I should say all this before, all activities initiated within the context of the program EEA grants, they have continuity. The program finished, and we continue. Some of them with a lot of readjustment from the initial project. The majority went beyond, as with the continuous support of the municipality outside the program EEA grants that, and this is one of them, radioactivity, that in which we, through a partner, in this case, RUF, radio television of Iceland, that we made, we had training in radiophonic theater, and with another partner, Carflot, a French partner, that presented writers that wrote the pieces that we recorded here in Portugal with actors, Portuguese actors, that were issued and seen, heard in the different cultural schools. With sound, it's more fun, but, well, it will break the speech. So we worked initially with 5 schools, and what happened was every month we issued a radiophonic piece. The kids were the actors. Now they would hear the pieces, the radio pieces, in the context, the school. It was mandatory, yes. We didn't have to force them a lot, but yes, it was mandatory for them. We debated before the school year started with the different groups, and one of the things that made us happy is that all these activities within the schools is not within the scope of outside the school. No, the teachers were made question. They were present when we developed these activities. What I was saying, we presented a piece, a theater per month. We developed in the other weeks activities that had to do with the subject matter chosen by the playwright, Norwegian playwright, and they would have the theater play and the show for the kids. That idea came because in talks, when I started consulting in the ground, many of these kids were never been in a theater, or if they were, there was to see a musicale from Felipe Laferia, a great production. It was nothing that they would have an intimate knowledge of. No, we wanted them to be on first hand, to follow up, to be in the rehearsals, to speak with the actors, and to see what the final show would be. And if not, we, on the scope of the program, we're working with 5 schools. Now we are working with 11, 12 12 classes, and we gave continuity, as I was saying, and it made us to write new playwrights with Portuguese authors at this point. As I was saying, we developed this project in low-density territories. Many of the schools, the third years and fourth years are together many times, and the plays we present are more indicated for a fourth grader, and then the ones that were together, we can present the next year because they were together, the third and the fourth. So in dialogue with the municipality, we found, yes, we'll go to see others. Yes, I will justify it later. Not initially, the kids were not the main focus, ended up being because of the reality we found on the ground, and other parts that are covered by the municipality, namely shows for the public in general. Here we have Francisca Flot that introduced these playwriters that wrote the pieces, and there's a happy coincidence. Maybe the Norwegian Frederick. He's a playwright from Norway. He wrote one of the pieces, and we started having a closer relationship, and he started sending the pieces to have some feedback, and right now he came to outside the program to in Campinas, and he wrote something that will be seen, showcased this year, called The Illusionist. And we have Antina Time to work with the day centers here with a playwright from Luso Brasileiro, it's Portuguese and Brazilian. We ordered a radio soap opera, and it was some kind of soap detectives. We wanted to involve the senior population, and they themselves chose who would die next week, because it was a interesting way to deconstruct death. And those that read without leaving the neurons, we gave awards to as an incentive. We have the plane freighted to connecting dot. We have a theater in Porto, and we would take people to Porto and to tour the city. And there's a cultural offer, some concerts in Casa da Música, or theater shows in Teatro São João. This was a beautiful idea. This is a beautiful idea, the image. And this is the last time I speak of COVID. We needed a more deeper knowledge of these senior that go to these centers, because we didn't have access to them. And we thought that, even because of the age, we thought radio soap opera would be familiar to them. And in the mediation with this public, we tried to have a framework set up, but unfortunately these people didn't even have a radio in their homes. So we had to buy radios. We had to justify the moving money to this, because before having access to the radio soap opera, now they didn't have TVs as well. We're not speaking of people living in the city, Santiago to Cossé, Santander. No, we're speaking of remote places, people that live isolated. And a municipality van comes to take it to the center of the day center, where people take a bath and dress. How many people? No, if you don't know, you don't know. No, we worked with 5 day centers, and each has 20 and less people even. That is to say, we started, we had to go back in the program and issue just 1 show per week on the radio. they would have to listen to more than once to become familiar with things so simple as fiction. What is not real? What comes in the radio that is not time, weather, news reports? It could be a story. Another activity developed. The Radio Star still is ongoing. We wrote pieces for the radio where the people are suggesting the subject matters to make something. It's something that they already are familiar with, and it's Radio Star. We want it for the pieces we make annually for the schools. After the student show, we wanted to have an amateur theater doing those play, and we took some time to find those elements, interested elements. No, this is a spot from those photos. No. These are not the people. It should be, it would be great, but no. In this moment, we are only able to form the collective with, as the report will confirm, almost at the end of the 2 years of implementing the project. But we are happy if we are able to implement it with a group of young people. The first was 10 people, and this year we have 15. And they will have a showcase in Campilhas in July. They will start. The other one is almost finished. Audio Walk, our partnership with the television radio of Iceland, with the radiophonic play. It was resident there, and she made an audio walk with Paulo Diogo, the artist from Portugal. And the interesting thing was how someone from so far away looks at that territory and how the locals can bear fruit from that point of view. And we still do those visits for adults, for children, where people go around the property and they see the sights. And as Paula and the other artists looked at it, she wrote a piece, play, to be while they're walking. And it has something, when she walks from one area, it changes. I don't know how it's done, but it happens. This, if before, this is them looking at the scene, the scenery. I'm always pointing, but it should be pointing that way, not that way. But okay. Here we have the roof, our partner from Iceland. Oh, I need to go back here. Meanwhile, we have chickens and sheep and bees. And behind we have something that we love, the preschoolers. They plant in 70 pines, each one with their own name. And this is part of the offer in the cultural center. They follow the growth of their own tree. It gives us a problem. We cannot have a gate because some of these kids want to go with their parents to water their tree. And we need to put a gate, really need. If not, the sheep and the chickens run away. Then we have honey and we have olive oil and we have some cultural activities crossing between the children and people working with the bees or with the honey or with the olive oil. And this is the part that took longer to be implemented, because when we had the idea to present part of the Malavodora, present part of the shows there and acquire other shows from other artists to have more offer, to be more varied, the offer. When we did the application to EEA grants, there was almost no offer by the municipality. We want to believe that we contribute to create awareness, and now the municipality has this place of programming shows with not just our vision. Even if we wanted to bring other shows from other arts, we are still the focal point, and with the municipality. We hope the truth is made. And so, and it wasn't before, or it was less regular, less expressive than it is now. And now we concentrated, we displaced means that were destined elsewhere to offer shows with a more feminist subject matter. Paula Gaiolas from the school, from anti-princess theater, or Christina Roldan creating awareness on the subject anti-racism. Or we are trying, this is the part that is taking longer, and if we were there in Santiago Cansan, there's some resistance to deal with LGBT subject matters, and this is a pathway that is still being made, even by my own interest. And we, within these shows, to tell you how we identify, not with some condescendence, how we identify our own shows to start dialoguing with that population. We do not want people that do not have cultural offer to have a bad experience. No, this requires some balance, and sometimes in order to have a theater with people, I had to dress like this as a cock, without any artistic condescendency, and it's very pleasure to me to present in a square, a public square, the Barcelos Coque, the Barcelo Tarde Galo, in a week in Ermidas and the next week in New York. So, and it was one of, this is with some irony, but we presented there. Yes, I'm not lying. This is one of our proposals, how to bring cosmopolitan and distant things, cultural and geographical, to that own context. And the other part, the artistic residences. We did this with our partner, Beat Theatre Garage, in which they brought 5 collective with 3 people per collective, and we had very surprises. Norway has this, and it's excellent. Many artists represented by Norwegian cultural to come and talk to us, artists that are from the several points on the globe. One of my favorite artists that I love, Nicola Gunn, suddenly comes there. I teach as well, and I'm always speaking about the work Nicola Gunn when it came to cultural jazz, and suddenly she's there, and it was very pleasant to have that exchange. It requires this effort, some selflessness, but to feel gratified in the point of view of this artistic dialogue. We had artists where we started a dialogue within this program, and they are still coming to Campillas, namely in April. No, they are still in Norway, but Andreas Sprefico, that we met through Theatre Garage, comes now with 9 people to be 2 weeks in residence to make their show. Or another partner we had, Christiane Vetter from Liechtenstein, once again, because of that bug, the COVID, it was not possible to know her as well as we wanted. Her residence was 15 days, and we had a goal to make a show together, and now we are doing it. And it will be premiered at the end of the year, and next year it will go to Liechtenstein, and it's something to do with tarot, and I don't know more. Another activity, and this is to finish, another activity, we had also a program, and we have a program working with unemployed people. Our idea was to drop not a casting to look for artists, but to go to the center of employment, those that were finishing their grant. I would want to pay them what they earned before they lost their job, and that context, and to place them on the stage with Ligia Suarez and to bring some other sense, artistic sense that have been lost in practical terms. We had some problems implementing this because of that data protection. We are speaking of vulnerable people. We couldn't have access to them, but we couldn't do that. They didn't allow us to do it. It has its reason. It implied knowledge of the grounds, of the terrain in other ways. The show ended up, it wasn't exactly what I had idealized, but it's a show that we want to do. And at this point, we are still in a relationship with Santiago Cacém municipality, and we will have a meeting, and we're presenting shows in the county, the Odmira County, to see if we can take some of these activities to that municipality as well. And this is it. Thank you. I think these gentlemen are to be congratulated, all of them, for their projects. The lady, to conclude, I don't know if there's anybody in the room with some question. I think I'm completely clarified. I end up knowing a lot of your projects, but if there's anybody in the room with any doubt and wants to speak, the time is over. But it was it was 6 minutes beyond the 13 hours. It was very gratifying to me to know them, to know your projects, and I hope that you leave and many seeds and I think you left through our talk. Thank you so much. We thank you for your participation, of all of you, during this first morning. After lunch, the focus will be in the offer, access, and participation fomented by cultural program. Join us at 2:30. We count on you. Thank you. See you soon.
Casio, playing on my heart just like a Casio, breaking it apart so you can let it go. Oh, wait another year, that's not original. I'm cynical, alright, let's go now.
Boa tarde, bem-vinda.
Good afternoon. Welcome again. Culture is a fundamental right and an essential engine for the development of the communities. Within the EEA grants context, the participation are fundamental pillars to ensure that art and heritage will bring to everyone, regardless of its social geographic context. The moderator of the panel will take now the floor. Hello, good afternoon. I hope that you are feeling well after lunch and not to sleep, willingness to sleep. In Spain, that is quite a rule to have a nap after lunch, but this is not a Portuguese habit. Thank you very much for inviting me to moderate the panel. I really like the project submitted this morning. These meetings aim to celebrate, but we also recognize in each other that despite the difficulties we all feel, the truth is that this room is full of people who came from different places doing different things, who run the risks and believe in what they do. The common NDA, or during these risky times without certainty, we have to go step by step to do a performance each time. And sometimes people say, you will be able to do and perform. So this afternoon, we have this mixture of projects. We are going to speak about participation and action essential to cultural rights, associated to the idea that we are all producers of culture. And this area is made by professionals who are really demanding. And with this small introduction to really animate the audience and for people to feel inspired, I will challenge you now with inviting Manuela Silva to speak about the project Lost in a Farm in the Middle of Salt Piles. When we speak about these processes, which don't end when the funding ends, because otherwise it wouldn't be well done, they will continue to be built. I will pass on the floor to you, and you will speak after the small video from the farm, the Salty Farm.
Que se instalaram as primeiras salinas, e o sal representava a coluna dorsal das atividades do estuário do Rio Mondego. Esta atividade envolvia centenas de pessoas que trabalhavam em cerca de 300 salinas, de onde se extraíam 35 mil toneladas de sal. Depois de tempos áureos de produção, a década de 70 é marcada por uma desvalorização progressiva do sal, o que iniciou o abandono das salinas, acentuando-se ainda mais na década de 80 e por aí em diante. Numa tentativa de travar a desvalorização da atividade do sal artesanal e de todo o ecossistema, a Câmara Municipal adquire e transforma a Marinha do Corredor da Cobra, com o objetivo de interpretar, valorizar e difundir a arte da produção do sal artesanal como atividade capaz de agregar múltiplos aspectos históricos, etnográficos, paisagísticos, ambientais e económicos. O ano 2024 marca mais uma importante transformação neste espaço municipal com a modernização do núcleo museológico do sal e da sua envolvente. No contexto do projeto Quinta Ciência Viva do Sal, em parceria com o MARE, da Universidade de Coimbra, a Agência Ciência Viva e o Vilvite Centro de Ciência da Noruega. O espaço adquiriu novas valências que aliam a produção e a divulgação do sal artesanal à ciência e à inovação, aumentando a capacidade do município para estimular o desenvolvimento económico e social do Salgado da Figueira da Foz, sem esquecer o excepcional património natural do qual as atividades da região dependem, e o património cultural, identitário e único.
Esta atividade especificamente.
This activity, the salty activity and the system was declining And there was this willingness from the municipality and Coimbra University to really find strategies to develop this ecosystem with the renewal of the space that existed. What do we want to continue so that the producers, the community, whoever wishes to really start a new business, to fill the space as their own, in addition to the scientific and touristic space that location that the space wishes to offer the visitors. There are many economic activities that can be developed, the ones that exist already, production of salt, fish, tourism, production of algae, but there are many other activities using the resources that this ecosystem gives that can be developed. So the aim is to value the salt pans as a whole. In fact, there is a potential in applying all the products within what I think this can bring: animal production, vegetable production, and the landscape. I think everything is so diverse in terms of what we can do. We are in the Mondego River estuary. The water is cold, and they are good and important for the quality of the end product. I think this is one of the most important points of the island itself, the water quality. To me, I feel passionate in being here. I am involved since sunrise until sunset, and we have a lot of birds, and this is worthwhile to experience. And those who visit us, they can buy the white gold. This is a paradise to me, a forgotten paradise sometimes. I am here to help and bring this island to be heard, for people to really feel like visiting this region. There was a decline in the number of people here, and the aim is, if we value people because we know they are the ones who take care of the space, the objective is to attract people, investors, and new producers to this place, Salgado of Figueira da Foz. There is a room for many producers. Please come, bring new ideas, helping us to overcome the challenges. To me, it is a pleasure and to see this island becoming a natural landscape. And the project that we are going to put in place, we have taken the first steps. The word is yours. Very good job, the translators. Thank you. I start by thanking the organization and to thank Inês for having prepared this panel, and to have really dared to have this challenge to open the panel and to really bring oxygen into the brain, avoiding criticisms after lunch. The idea of having chosen this approach, which is more beautiful and interesting than listening to us speaking only. Thank you very much. I would like to also greet my colleagues in the panel. I think this movie replies to the issues raised in the panel. If we had been involved in the first panel, maybe I would have chosen a movie that we also have about the evolution of the project. I think that for this panel, Science and Participation, this is the video that meets better the goals. I would like to tell you as well that this is a process that was initiated. The application was submitted in 2021 as any other one in the project. The works began in 2023, and we opened to the public in 2024. So this year, this video allows us to understand the amount of participation and collaboration that this project foresees in local producers, entrepreneurs, tourism. We cannot live without tourism, but mainly with local people and local communities. The space is theirs. We have the advantage of having this space. It is a unique space, as you had the opportunity to see in the landscapes, with a extraordinary flora and fauna. The surroundings are very inspiring. What this project allowed was everything that we already had to integrate research. How are we going to integrate research? We had to requalify the buildings that we already have to give better conditions, working conditions, new rooms for scientific research, working with the living science partner or a partner connected to science, and naturally with Coimbra University or other universities willing to join us. This to bring the research part, because everything else already exists. We already have the knowledge, the know-how. We have an outstanding advantage to have with us. She is so good. She is our soul. She is the person who takes care of our museum that is going to have another name, the Salt Farm. She is the one that gives the greatest dynamic and who shares knowledge with visitors. So this can be a space for training as well, a space for knowledge, interpretation, safeguarding material and immaterial heritage. And it has to also be a space for training and a space for research and innovation. I don't know how much time I have. I don't know if I still have time to finish, but we know that in July 2023, the knowledge, the know-how related to sea salt was integrated in the National Inventory of the Material Cultural Heritage. So to this adds this identity reinforcement. And we are working with all types of publics so that they can also understand that they belong to this heritage and that we need them to give continuity. We cannot live only from tradition. We also have to add innovation and tourism, but we will try to have a balance, obviously. And this is the part in which the City Hall, because I'm here on behalf of Figueira da Foz municipality, on behalf of the museums and heritage, I have this factor. They can go forward, but I must find balance. because I cannot fail to include identity. Our identity is the salt. Salt is not only the white gold you saw in the hand of the professional who pick up the salt, because before there were no women doing this practice. Women would only carry the salt on their heads. Marmoto is the technical word in Portuguese for the person, a man who picks the salt. So I have the need to safeguard. Our role is to safeguard tradition without leaving or letting innovation to overcome. The offer we would like to do is to give a new encouragement to the space and to the heritage we have, knowing that the heritage is more comprehensive. Salt is not only the white gold that is in the hands of Gilda Saraiva, the person who is our heart. It's the whole heritage that lives in the salt pans. The plants, algae, birds, everything that we heard. What we saw in the hands of the man with the oysters, baby oysters in his hands. It's not only a salt pan, it's an aquaculture. So Salgado da Figueira da Foz is the whole territory and its surroundings. So then we have to bring this space to everyone, for everyone to be able to benefit from it. We have the space and the people and the willingness and the knowledge. Now the concept is meaning to develop the project in terms of contents and dynamics. We already have many ideas on how this can happen. The local and national community also gave us many ideas of participation. But today, with this morning panel, my idea was there are so many projects that can fit in my project because I have a huge plot of land, and we could integrate everyone, those who produced movies. We can only share the Manuela email. This has cost because we are speaking about sustainability, but it would be a joke. But anyway, there are projects here that are different, but they are interconnected as well. All of them are interconnected, and in your case, when we prepared the meeting, next to you there was Ana Heitor. Today you are here with another colleague who loves the project. All these pieces must be included so that the project can work. There is no such thing of having just one person involved. We have to have everyone involved. When I said that we have to rethink, despite EEA grants was extremely important for us to be able to grow in buildings and accessibilities. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to provide good working possibilities. But now, the project development has to depend on the whole internal and external team, and my team is fabulous. And Ana Paula, who is behind, was the one who dealt with the worst part. And Heitor is also a colleague who works in the Economic Development Division, who was a starting engine. We are all one. We are just one single team. Thank you. Now I will pass on the floor and change subject.
Suddenly, I was thinking on Arthur, could be this one. Sinais e Sinais. I will pass the PowerPoint. Could you please put it on? Probably we will not just pass on the PowerPoint. We will dialogue to this idea dialogue with the audience as well. There's more people that can add something. I have the director of the museum, Carlos Machado, the representative of the partners. Can you raise your hands? And seizing the moment, Professora Constância, when Manuela was speaking, bearing in mind tomorrow, Professora Constância at lunch said something very funny. People are indispensable. And I was laughing, thinking, it seems contradictory, because projects go beyond people, and everybody brings its own spirit, its own singularity to the project. Even when we have the condition for projects to endure, they not always they do that. But I think it's fair. I need to thank. I'm seeing the faces, but this was a project in risk. Besides everything else being said with COVID, Russia, etc., this was a project in risk. It's made in the middle of the Atlantic by a public entity, and it had serious problems, almost closing, change in governments, ordinances. We're islands, we're an archipelagos. We are in São Miguel Island. The authority, Carlos Machado, is in Terceira Island. The issue of communication, rules, it was traumatic. But if we reach at this point, it was because of the team and the locals. The technical team always present. I see some faces. Teresa, Sofia, Melia, Pedro. These were the people. It's fair to be able to say this, because when we were almost closing the project, it was you that rapidly advanced to Azores, because the project is relatively big and it had some mission. To have an idea, FNAIS, we need to bear in mind what exactly is aimed for. This has to do with the geographical space and the logic of the culture being a matrix for local development. And the idea is for things to endure. If it's just a project, the work, without the people, they will not endure in time. This is one of the main issues. To have an idea, we are there in São Miguel Island. I will pass on. It's relatively far away. Without my glasses, I can't see very well, says the speaker. We are in the northern part of the island. It is the area of São Miguel with more social problems. It's a very poor area with social insertion income. Finais da Luz e Finais da Ajuda, these two municipalities, these two parishes, through the heritage, it's not too wealthy, but it's very important, the buildings there for the parish. They are getting all the services, are leaving. They even lost their bakery. So there's several people. How can we transform this territory from the buildings existing, besides what the problem is mandates, the rehabilitation and refunctioning? It only makes sense if it stays there. All these buildings had several functions throughout time. Some of them were abandoned, others became other things. It was necessary for those buildings to remain. And so we needed to add to the buildings to all an idea that congregated people, and that could be a factor for change and transformation, social transformation, with people there. What we have normally in these places, we have normally the governments with sectorial policies that make things as they want, as they see fit. They have an idea for things. They do not speak to people. They intervene. They do everything, but there's no process. where people are called to help. Territorial animation, as we call it, through people creating confidence and friendship with them, besides the buildings, to go to the immaterial heritage that all these people have. And when we show up with culture, asking by immaterial heritage, we enter through what people know well. It's theirs, they identify. And we open a space that, together with the technicians that come from outside, to think what could be something that endures and creates wealth, besides making or rehabilitating the heritage already there. This was a very important issue. What did the project want? It wanted to have cultural meaning, to want participative capability with the population, to have scientific interest, and from then we have the partners, the ones from abroad. It's not the local network. That was the important one that supports things. To have economic value and social impact. That's what we wanted, social impact. So we pick a heritage and how can we transform it in that sense. And this is what we try to do with this. One of the buildings that is in Finais da Luz is this one. As you can see on the top part of the slide, it's a building from the 16th century, the Casa do Dízimo, where the cereals were maintained. It was the 10th part went to the kingdom, and it was degraded after being a museum, ethnographic museum, from things that people gathered and placed there. But it almost destroyed. It was a space, a passive space. It was there, closed. When somebody wanted to go, they opened the door. I had the support of Carlos Machado Museum, but it was closed. It did not have a dynamic. Based on that objective of the project, we did all this reclassification with an architect from the Cultural General Directorate, from our own house, from the government, and we rehabilitated the building. That was the first part. As you can see in the map, it's in one of the sides of the territory that the project aimed to get. The other space, it's a school from the 50s of last century, nothing special, but to this parish, to this territory, this school is very important. It was closed. It had been several things throughout time, and we needed to rehabilitate it. We did it here with an architect from the regional government, Public Works, and those architects, they had several meetings with several other technical partners from several institutions that created a network. They had several meetings up until the moment they reached what they aim to actually do with these two buildings. Finishing the works was April 30th. It was very difficult. They're not too big, but the works were significant. You will see it was an open space. Now we have a kitchen and everything else. From this point on, they started the project. One of the main goals that I spoke of earlier, the main one, but then we have this logic around the territory and people to join things, joining value to given to culture. Maybe the one we give it, it's not the same that people give it. History and the stories that people have to give, to transmit, to communicate to the technicians. And within the parishes, those are the ones really close and know well the people. In terms of public structure, we have the parishes, the municipalities that make the bridge with the municipality, and the parishes know the people from door to door. And in this logic of looking for a term, an identity, a reference identity, and I'm not saying looking for identities, no, a reference that has to do with the stories these people bring and through this reference to build a program around it. The other is promoting dialogue. It had to do with the methodology, the support, very important support that the local institutions have, the public ones, the private ones, the ones that come from the other institutions, EPSS and areas where people are getting too old. The IPSS are the ones, the entities that give support to those people with some technicians. EPSS, they're not just answers of social support, normally to elderly people, but to be transformed through their own methodology in elements of change and social transformation. They're not just as a pillow for things that are happening, they are also there to provoke change. And so they needed to reorganize themselves in their concepts, their ways, and the territory, even to replace companies. And one of the impacts you will see is the establishment of companies that are incubated in these spaces through the EPSS. So this change was made in this logic of fighting against poverty, creating new opportunities for young people, etc. And then, in the scope of the project, not in competition with the parishes, but promoting cooperation among them. Cooperation between institutions and companies as well. This was the main goal. Now here we have our partners, what they brought. I'm not going to speak too much about it. It has to do with access. I will focus only on some points. And the issue of knowledge, what they brought is the possibility to dialogue, what we do, what they do, what they bring. The Norwegian partners, the two institutions that came, a university and an association, and from Iceland, a museum and an institute, they also learned with this new way of being in the territory. It's something that it's buttoned up in this change. And in this aspect of knowledge, of a methodology that were discovered and applied, storytelling, Norway has a great experience to give territorial dimension with this, with our university. The issue of innovation, it was one of those issues that in the parish said, we don't innovate anything, we copy, but they have a capability of recreate heritage, immaterial one, especially in Maya, that is an agro-industrial area where everything was new, tobacco, now the tea. It's the only area in Europe where we still produce tea, so innovation is an important aspect. The role of the institutions in local development, the role of museums in this logic. Museu Carlos Machado gave a museum in movement. It leaves his building and he goes not just to show its works, but to impress change. It's a factor of inclusion. It goes to be able to include. And now in the migrations, the immigrants, and the museum is a space where cultural diversity can be worked because it's a space of culture where people can dialogue. And then we have here the issue of the connection that we never do. This project tried to do. We need more time to do it between material heritage and co-natural. It doesn't make too much sense in a territory like Azores, the two things not going hand in hand. So this is something that we had to work in the logic of investigation, of research, the logic of sustainability. These are some of the aspects of what we gain. These are a few of the meetings made with all the partners, and the local and the foreign ones. And here is a dialogue speaking about a methodology that has to do with the logic of the space, effective space, and promoting a relationship. We call them dialogues in the community with the community, and through those dialogues, we join the community with the technicians. And we're speaking of several technicians. We think in a multi-level, intersectorial way. We join everybody dialoguing in order to reach the results we wanted, creating spaces of dialogue, and through them to think what type of a material heritage it would be important to connect to the buildings. We did parties of the heritage, parties of food, parties with the flora, fauna, the several ones with workshops on bread, on wheat, within this dialogue that allowed to reach conclusions. And that conclusion is the one that had to do with the territorial outcomes. These are the results that we created in each building. We were able to respond to the goals in each building, rehabilitating and giving them a new function. It was possible in those buildings to have spaces of exhibit and collection. If buildings are not museums, they are spaces for work and incubation and training, but it's kind of a museum in the way that we want to recover things. In Sinais de Luz, the subject had to do with memory. In the Azores, due to a political goal, we abandoned the stories of whalings. And São Miguel, there was an interest for the Central Islands, Pico, Açores, to focus on everything that had to do with whales. But São Miguel, the whaling was very important. We had a own factory in São Miguel, and we tried to recover, giving information of what was being lost in order to recover the memory of whaling, transforming the Norways and Iceland. They still hunt whales, but we don't. But this story, the logic of the hunt to contemplating. And with this example, in the small communities with their heritage, to say that it's possible to look at the heritage in another way, recreating, creating wealth in this way. And for this to maintain itself, we needed to sign a consortium. Museu Carlos Machado, after this, we signed a consortium with an entity that it will manage, will incorporate this to maintain the building. And another, also in defining a plan of local development that will follow what comes next. The project does not finish here. There's a plan that will be built upon this. With this, we incubated a company connected to cultural tourism with 6 positions, jobs, with contracts made and signed with partners with some agencies, travel agencies, and with an institution of social collaboration. In all this, to maintain, we needed to rethink. To maintain it, how we'll be translating what would be different in that territory that could be competitive and different. We thought that we could, based on the identity, we created a brand. We created brands that define the territory. From this brand, this idea, we can define different things. It's not what was done. So, Terras da Azurina, it's work done by the technicians with their own designers and architects that make the rehabilitation. And we advance now to a series of products and services that will be created with this brand. It's a different way of thinking the territory, of selling the territory, that allows us to finance later, create income for paying the 6 jobs that were created. 6 jobs that we had to make a new application, and the regional government can support them for a year and a half, and then from then on, they can be autonomous, independent. And regarding Maya, we have the same thing, the same goals. The building recovered, a subject that, because this building is connected with incubation and innovation of traditional food stuffs, everything that was recovering in the territory, the subject of gastronomy connected with agriculture, and also the creation, incubation of a company of 9 positions that articulates the issue of manufacture. You can see some queijadas, it's sweet. There's a kitchen. They manufacture products in function of the gastronomy, and they render a service. There's a store, as you can see, and it's a space where from then on they can make all the tourist circle of Maia. For those who know, Maia is in one Fanjan. On top we have Guriana to see the tea, but nobody goes down to Maia. From now on, we created a dynamic where the idea of a brand that can bring co-branding with Guriana in a partnership with our company for people that go to Guriana to have their visit, and then they go down to Maia. It's very wealthy. We have the tobacco factory and other products, and rarely people go down to see it. And this allowed, for this, it was possible also to make a consortium. The management of the space was delivered to the Maia Association, created a company, Terras do Chá, for products and services that, together with Goriana, will define the territory and give it some identity, a different identity, to be competitive. This is what we did. And for this, we also have the idea of the assessment. It was made in order with GPAC. Susana Souza it's here. She started it and helped us to render this, and we are now being assessed for the consolidation of this process. I'm sorry if it took too much time. Yes, I had a meeting with my dear panelists to say that they couldn't speak more than 6-7 minutes, and this is going well. Very well, actually. No, it was great. It was great. We needed to know, because what I like from the presentations is that we will think in ideas to copy what you've been doing. So while I'm listening, I'm thinking in concepts that we debate on the theoretical level. Idea of cultural scenery, for instance, that you too, and this is transversal to all the projects, the scenery, cultural scenery, they integrate culture and buildings. So the scholarships, they are not touchable. But this idea of a scenery that is something dynamic, and where tradition and are always being reinvented, serving the community, serving the future, and without losing the issue we have present. We are keeping this for the generations that will come. It's a logic of sustainability. Jesse, although you want to speak, I will pass to Luis Alberto because of youth. No. I could see you were very enthusiastic, but I thought since we were in Azores, we will continue in Azores. I picked up the book to get ready, but no, okay. We will be speaking about young people. Okay. Oh, hello, good afternoon. Thank you and the organizations involved for contributing to the development of these projects. It has been a morning and the beginning of afternoon, very enthusiasm. Some ideas can be replicated within context and a localized way. I will be speaking about I'm going to be speaking about the project Dentes de Leão. Materiais Diversos was the promoter. This was a project within participative arts. It was an option of project that we took in design of the application of the project, because in this part that involve Materiais Diversos, that is in Alcanena, the headquarters is a small parish, municipality have parish and municipality in Évora. The Academy of the Senses, a small association, cultural association regarding visual arts, participative work, and public spaces, with headquarters in Reykjavik, and Municipal Sardual, northeast of Lisbon, 2 hours with 4,000 inhabitants. Culturgest, where we are now, in collaboration with the municipality of Évora, Oslo Met, University Nova de Lisbon, Évora University, ACIMAGRA, that is the Associations of Industries, of minerals. It has to do with extracting rock. So it is an association that gave some support from the point of view materials. But to tell you that this consortium and these collaborators, they worked essentially in a triangle between Serdual, Évora, and Lisbon, and I will explain why. The presence of Lisbon in the design of the project, because our aim was to contribute through this project for the sustainability of our Serdual Évora territory, territories that are periphery. The sentiment is that they are peripheral. There's several levels: cultural, with a lot of elderly people, with a lot of difficulty in fixating their young people. And this is a bracket to say these are perceptions that have some root, but they are changing. As you know, Évora was selected as representing Portugal as European Capital of the Culture 2027. Good luck to Évora. Things have been complicated. And Serdual as a cultural center that integrates the network of theaters and cinema, Portuguese cinema and theater that is very interesting for a municipality with only 4,000 inhabitants, and the role of the culture in the municipal level. Our main goal was to contribute to sustainability of this territory with several perceptions, all of them negative. Our focus was concentrated on young people in two groups. One group between 14 and 20, young teenagers and young adults, and young artists up until 40 years old. Young farmers. It was difficult to define what is a young artist when you are emergent, when you are young, or up until what point are you young? We had to define a limit, and this was the one we defined. The project had 33 young people within 3 new groups functioning weekly in Serdual, Évora, Lisboa, 10 from Portugal, Santarém. Serdual is in the district of Santarém, and 1 from Évora, and an artist from Iceland. The project, through its action, was focused mainly, or wanted to be, a collaborative space of creation between young people and the artists. And it was within this group of people, 44 people, that we invest all the energy of the project and all the responsibility, a great part of the responsibility of incubating the artistic projects that will later be presented. So the young people met weekly throughout 15 months, accompanied by a mediator in each locality. They participate in 10 artistic residents between Évora and Serdual throughout several months. And for the development, participative development, obviously there were cross visits between groups throughout the 15 months of work, in which we had a background of our Academy of the Senses partner in developing these participative projects. But the project, besides the groups and the nucleus and the young people, these territories are complex. And so we wanted also to be able to, through sustainability, to leave other seeds. This morning we were speaking about seeds. Within the formative space, we included 3 artistic labs dedicated exclusives. These are the artists to a background, theoretical and practical, through training, a course of participative arts open to all the country that gathered people from several places, from Lisbon to Coimbra, and this was very interesting. We had 4 sessions distributed throughout the project in Évora, in Serdual, in Lisboa, and a 4th in Serdual during the final work of programming. it was also a visibility space, public one. In October 2022, the 5 projects were presented to the public, first in Évora, in the regimen of Open Studio, then in Sardual, with the pieces, the plays already finished. Some of them are visual, others video, other musics, other more theatrical. And from then, the part of Lisbon, importance and third moment, public one, in January 2023, during the forum, a closing forum, the Leon, affirming the project, where these plays were again presented, and they came from the periphery to the center, to the capital, and they were seen, several of them. Sindri Laxson, our Icelander artist, ended up creating 3 works and not 1. He created 1 for each space. So we still have a sculpture from Sindri in Centro Cultural Gil Vicente in Sardual, a sculpture that is not in the public space because it was side by side to the Temple of Diana. He created forever, but it's in the facilities of the municipality, and here in Kulturgest, a sculpture, a ephemeral sculpture for young people. The project was also a reflection space. We gave attention to the dimension of reflection or the background from the academy, the support. 3 universities were involved. The experience and designing project, collaborative ones, and the assessment, and supported our team here in Portugal. And from here, this dimension, the project included a conference, international conference, regarding participative arts here in Kulturgest, and a digital publication that you can download from the site of the project. It was also a space of communication, and I mentioned this, the work made by the communication team, a triangulation at so different scales and different territories as Évora, Sardual, Lisboa, with an accelerated rhythm weekly and mutating one. It wasn't easy to articulate everything. Communication made an option to have a personalized, giving value to each person, each nucleus, and made all of it a work that was participating. The site has an entry point for each person of the project to go to be fed. And it was created at the opening, an Instagram account, shared one. Imagine what is it, in a shared account from people that are 14 to 40. So I didn't have Instagram, but it went well, always well. And it was even more than the site. It was a very active element between the communication between among the group and outside the group. It was also a space of cultural interchange. It was very important. Maybe you speak what is that of the access and participation and what happens to the young people. It was very important for these 3 groups of young people to open a geographical space and imaginary space so broad and that for all the teams involved, it was very heavy, the logistics of the project. For these 33 young people, it was crucial because suddenly their youth, their criticisms regarding communities, regarding the failures that existed culturally in their communities, or the excess, or the perception regarding the place of the other, it's just a perception to be shared and lived. So all this between Lisbon, Évora, Sardual, to visit the artists in residence, or to visit the young people, to be in this home, with their red carpets and their panel wood, and then in the facilities with the sculpture and stone sculpture, or the machinery, or in the historical immaterial heritage of Évora, or the trees, the orange trees in Sardual. We were listening earlier to the sun, to the salt, and I could only think of oranges that were with us from the beginning, and lemons and oranges, lemons in Évora and oranges in Sardual. So we invested months in research of seeds, of oranges. Months, it's a cycle, it's closed, it's continuous. And up until now, lives in Sardual. The project Linha Terra offers all the ceramical pieces to the center, cultural center, and they're all there in exhibit. And the strength of the orange, the first slab that gave place to an intervention, completely ephemeral, from where the artists, they gather dozens and hundreds of oranges that throughout the village, and they create an intervention in a field that the municipality had given for work. And everybody was so weirded out. Why are they picking the oranges from the floor? But the oranges are going to rot. What are they doing there? Then we had oranges in the altars. I don't know if you know what sort of wall, but we have Easter festivities, very important. So we have little chapels. I don't know if you've seen the oranges placed in the altars, and they were looked upon sideways, but now it's normal. So how to tell you how these visits from one places to the others were so important. Finally, obviously, the participative arts our activities are on our horizon. They bring possibilities but great complexity. The times of work are extended for everybody to be able to participate in their differences and to take their balance and their time to have their own voice. It's different from a vertical project where the authority responsibility is on the side of the artist with the big A, and we placed care for conceptually for young people, artists, to be able to share references, to be able to be co-authors, and sometimes better than others. But from the point of view of what was the one thing that interests us, at the end of the day, with the 44 people, we were able to see that the perception of what is their role in their communities, what is the role that art can have, that not always has, but what culture can do, what is my role, and that perspective of positioning, the possibility of positioning, it was to us crucial, and it was achievable together with the young people mainly, but also with the artists. It was most complex to the young artists. Our art schools are not ready for participative arts. Our artistical training is very academic, focused on the author, the sole author, but it's interesting to speak about sustainability on that point of view. What can mean collaborative and more than just human? What is the agency of the salt, of the scenery, of the sea, etc.? Finally, just one note, because we spoke earlier several times of people. I think it's very interesting. It is a symptom of what these projects must have been. They were very complex from what I realized. And publicly, I want to thank the many people that made this project possible, because only in terms of the municipalities of low density, we are speaking of 57 people between young technicians, partners, artists, etc., and a few others from Lisbon. And they were the ones that made possible the development of this project on the terrain for 2 years, almost 2 years. Outside the dimension of the terrain, administrative and management that fell into some people, and it's fair to say to thank them. I think I don't have more time, but if we do, we can listen to these young people. It's more interesting than me speaking. And what they are going to say is in an advanced stage of the process. The documentary is available in YouTube, Dentes de Leão. Just write Dentes de Leão. For those who are not Portuguese, do not write Dentalai. It's Dentes de Leão in YouTube channel. And you can see the documentary. It's 40 minutes. It has subtitles, so...
Tem as datas e o...
These are the dates, not so much, it's not so interesting. It's parts of the phases of the process, from the labs to the residence to the meetings, the course of participative arts, etc.
Não tem som. Eles não estão com o som.
Sexualidades, tudo. E isso é algo que eu acho que é muito importante na arte contemporânea de hoje em dia.
Um projeto que abre muito a nossa mente e nos dá muitos instrumentos e muitas lições de como fazer arte e como nos comunicarmos e como questionar e pensar e relacionarmos uns com os outros.
Talvez o mostrar que nem tudo o que é, por exemplo, mostrar que o estranho, entre aspas, também é arte. Não só, sei lá, os quadros que as pessoas veem, por exemplo, realistas e algo assim do género. E que a arte também pode ser manifestações e outras coisas. Abrir mais a mente das pessoas, talvez.
Eu acho que o mundo precisa de arte nele. Porque em muitas partes do país a arte não é valorizada como devia ser e não é respeitada como devia ser. E então a arte devia estar presente em nós todos, porque nós podemos nos expressar, podemos fazer tudo com a arte, porque a arte é tudo.
Que, pelo menos para mim, este projeto ensinou-me a ser mais crítica e acho que para a sociedade isso também é bom, aprender a ser mais críticos.
Projetos como este podem mostrar às pessoas que existe outra versão e, por exemplo, jovens e artistas podem conviver no mesmo espaço e podem criar coisas novas ou recriar coisas que podem ser um novo caminho para outros projetos ou mesmo uma nova visão da arte.
É também evidente que nos dedicamos a este lugar difícil, igualmente poroso, que é a arte.
Podem interromper-se, faz favor.
E pode ser uma participação na política, pode ser uma participação cultural.
Thank you so much. Now you may understand why I have invited you to speak after Elizabeth. The word labs, the word lab is very used in both cases, in both projects. Well, I was watching the video and I was hoping this project is a project of hope. Hello, everyone. My name is Jessie. I work in a cultural association with headquarters in the island of São Miguel in Azores. We started with another project that begins with a new phase, a biannual program of arts. This was very important at a time of transformation of our structure, our team, but above all, a message of hope. It was a hope spot to think about something for Azores and to the island of São Miguel. I'm going to read the text. Can you please show the PDF document? It's like a poetry. I'm going to share with you images of the catalog that we have produced at the end of temporadas. I am unable to show you. Everything is written in English, so there is no need to translate. This articulates many of the ideas that guided the production of the project. Sofia Kalle I saw an exhibition, her exhibition in Paris, Musée de la Chasse et de la Nature. What is an art center or a museum was in my head. So he's speaking English now. This intuitive and intentional doing leads to a number of projects, meetings, and collectivities that look for these spaces of freedom and possibility. The space is a space of willingness arising from cultural mediation, namely what we have named as practices of autonomy and a methodology that encourages individual initiatives. This logic allows each project, be it a festival, a public program, the development of an identity, connecting with a network of common efforts, gesture to gesture, to open this house to the thinking of arts and knowledge as described as third place. These spaces are important to social development and well-being of the multiple communities that Vaga aims to develop. The project Temporadas comes from these issues with the challenge to put it This took place in 2020 after in the pandemic, conciliating an artistic vocation with the promotion of spaces of meeting and socialization, which are safer and inclusive, which is very important and necessary. The application to EEA grants is an opportunity to think and speculate about what can a cultural space, what can or cannot a cultural space, as being a place for willingnesses and opportunities needed to be tested and challenged. It was very difficult to really include a proposal that lives from a decision-making process that privileges closed and concrete and obvious projects. The application became a manifest for cultural practices looking for wideness and assumed the possibility of failure and insufficient results as opposed to formulas or of those who live there. The jury followed our vision and understood the honesty and importance of doing. The objective was to move on, and for 2 years, from 2022 and 2023, they became a moving project between cultures, multidisciplinary and multi-generational, being opened, allowing the several temporadas or seasons to be able to adapt to the different thematic proposals co-designed with the authors. And KA's Norwegian North Thinker Novel Festival and the Cycle Music and Art Festival, which, like us, challenge from their own geographies. Each season invites artists and cultural agents who had access to creation scholarship. It was not a concentration project, it was a distribution project with these scholarships to develop their own ideas and commissions that try to capitalize the cultural program of the island. And we had a collective group with us named Lapo Tempo, a training group for training of artists that challenged the elements to organize the fourth and last season, and they would coordinate the cycle of production. They really conveyed knowledge, allowing them with money, because sometimes to just think about cultural policy is not enough. We have to really consider what it requires. This action translates well the seasons based on the transfer of knowledge, sharing, and collective capacity building. The project allow the practical exercise about models and shared agency, looking to the vacancy in the institution as a space of meeting, as civic debate, and became valuable in opportunities of interchange between generations and reads of passage that are key to the community development. This is an understanding which is more comprehensive, both from our side and the public and the politicians, to have continuity projects for citizenship and democracy, where we give priority to training of publics, transfer of knowledge, and follow-up of artists in the territory. This model is able to promote support networks. In addition to, it was fundamental to know how to stop and give space to absorb the experiences, and also to reflect about which rhythms and intensities of programs are more appropriate. This publication that I'm showing you, images, so a number of images and text that were produced by artists that participated in each season, celebrates these multiple exercises. Then, after the seasons or temporadas, more than one organization, we understand the common, to think about the vacancy as common to the entity. It is not only a structure that produces and facilitates, it is an entity that is living, interacts, has sensitivity, and acts at different scales. There is a need to know how to make the journey to the island, to the archipelago, to the world, for us to be able to expand those possibilities of dialogue and artistic cooperation in São Miguel, in the island, but to a context that is trans-regional, that relates with the autonomy, which is a very important word for us. We think a lot about it, not only as Azorians, but also as professionals and citizens. It is a very important word to think about in this century, where autonomy and strengthening of local agents are for us the key values of our action and of our project. We never stop thinking about the space and about the community to which it exists. And sometimes the institutions can and sometimes cannot, and we should also be aware of that and be able to accept that, because it's part of the process. The processes are long, take time. Sometimes we achieve, sometimes we cannot achieve, but the issue is to go on. A friend of mine said, let's continue, let's go on. This is the objective. There are many challenges, be it logistic, emotional in those processes, but we can only fully understand them in experiences. So what is key is to do and to continue. Just to show you some more pictures, the project was really transforming for us, for the institution. For Vaga, it is a very challenging work to think about a new institution for a city and how it relates to its peers, to the counterparts. I'm looking to João Paulo Machado, and the aim was not to concentrate, because we could concentrate the programs in our infrastructure, in money, and the challenge was the opposite, to distribute and to share resources, be it financial resources, logistic resources or teams, with our peers, with those who surround us, and to really think about a concrete way. What is a cultural creative system, and how can we be part of it? What I think is interesting in the several talks is that the projects interconnect. We see, you quoted the concept of Ellenberg of the third place. I was thinking about it since Manuela mentioned that when Artur spoke about the museum issue, because this is very paradoxical to think about White Cube and in a space that is so neutral that allows for diversity and inclusion, when to me, as someone working in a museum and heritage, our spaces are third place spaces because they are really charged with meaning, with this texture. This white cube idea for spaces that are very heavy, that bring memories and references, then makes sense to people because they have a great effectiveness, emotional. I'm going now to speak about a public that is very heavy. The heritage sometimes is not very valued. The Islamic and Portuguese heritage, sometimes people don't value. Well, it was not in the Muslim or Islam heritage. It was mineiro, or mining. Access and participation. An exercise came to my mind. What we do with children when they are afraid of starting. Could you please stand up? It's very simple what I'm going to do. It has to do with the idea of arriving, of being here. What do you have to do? Your time, when I say 1, 2, 3, to really do a jump and say, I arrived. Only this. To do things in a group is difficult. No one is recording. I assure you, I can tell you that we are not going to send this into the social media. The only thing you have to do is to say, I arrived. I arrived in Portuguese. Cheguei.
1, 2.
1, 2, 3.
Podem sentar. Foi só isto. Isto é muito simples, mas pode parecer uma coisa um bocadinho infantil, se quiserem, mas tem a ver com a ideia de chegada. E a oferta e o acesso têm a ver com esta parte do cheguei. Mas agora falta a parte da participação. E é aqui que as coisas se tornam um bocadinho diferentes.
They may ask me to make a presentation in 7 minutes. I have colleagues that ask me, all of them have this assumption that 7 minutes. I will try. I try to think how to gather Malachi project in an interesting way. So complex with so many ramifications and with so many participations. To summarize, Malachi is a cooperation by Seba Torta. I'm the artistic director with the municipality of Martel, and a city in the center of Norway, and the Erke artist Lisa Durf, who happens to be a Norwegian. Has a definition. I have the definition here. And we inspired ourselves in the Malacat idea. It's an equipment iconic of the São Domingos mine. It was one of the biggest in Europe once upon a time. It celebrated 100 years between the 60s of the 19th century and the 60s of the 20th century. It exported mineral copper to England, for instance. And in truth, that area, that zone, it was very rural, very poor. For 100 years, it became a technological metropolis. So in the 60s, everything was finished. It wasn't suddenly, but almost. It left an emptiness and an abandonment that it's still, we can see it today. It's not just visible in the buildings, the heritage, but in the people. And so our challenge was to bring a project of artistic community that created some connection with the past that it's no longer there. We cannot go back to the place we were happy, but we can create a new place where we can still be happy. And the idea was to bring a mechanism, Malakat, to link the past to a certain future. What happened? We had a foundation, the abandonment, memory of traceability, and we wanted to build a building. In our innocence, we wanted to build a building. And we got there. Being here today, it's very important to know how to be here now with you listening, but it's not enough. Be here now. And this issue that Elizabeth that brought, there's still no more training for Portuguese artists, has to do with this. How is the position of an artist in this side of our presentation that I want to share with you today? It's not just for artists. I think it's for the project, for everyone that intervenes in a certain context with some problems that will come along with that project. How is the position of the artist in this trade-off, in this proposal? It's not just get there as we got there and do. No. We need to have a set of sensibilities, of opening, of proposals of negotiation, because the truth is we'll have an exchange. And in São Domingos Maio, what we proposed was 2 years of a continuous program of creating artistic creation made by artists, Portuguese and foreigners from the donor countries, visual arts, photography, sculpture, and then a second phase for performative arts, dance, theater, circus, with a lot of guests. What was the assumption? All the creations needed to be done with people from the community, or from a legacy, or the historical archives of the mines, but with that material. They needed all of them to be made with that material. What we wanted was to find in an artistic contemporary language a certain significance of the place, of the memories, of the people, allowing for those people that the treasure of their treasure was up until the 60s, and this is a bracket. All the stories we listen to, they are children from mines. Many of them, stories of up until the 60s. Then there was 40 years of gap. They were obliged to go abroad to work, and there was no moment. It seemed like it was an emptiness, a void. There was a crystallization up until the 60s, and then the people we were working for, they were young people in the 60s, and then their life collapses. And then we worked in the perspective, how can we re-signify these treasures, these stories, and work the idea of regeneration. In this, a little bit like Jesse was saying, what gives, what doesn't give, will move on. We did not want to create index. We tried to create affection. So to speak about this is Mr. Fabian. He has a sort of a museum in a village near the mines. He created throughout the years, and you can visit, you can knock on his door. Instruments of kitchenware, agricultural. This is a slide, I named it exercise because it goes between the foundation and the building. It's a continuous exercise, and the building will never be complete. Malakat was never complete, and we continue to want to have it like that. Erica andervalensis. Erica is a plant that is born just in territories with acid. It's a plant that only thrives in acid content and appears in copper mines due to the sulfur. So if you go to São Domingos mines and other mines, they are deserts. We had films, apocalyptic films filmed there. It's incredible. It's very beautiful, but shocking at the same time. But these plants survive, they thrive, and give small flowers, lilac flowers, and we inspired ourselves in that plant. we try to care with capabilities. We are working with elderly people, almost no young people. It's a very huge challenge to work with them. We need to work with them in a different way and without condescending. And of course, paying attention of what idea of what is as it is. To us, reaching and getting to the mind and see the people and say, oh, so funny, you worked the mind, how was it? So we need to be careful how we speak to the other and try to create a connection, a common glossary, a common dictionary. It shouldn't be, in my opinion, after all the time we spent there, to propose something that is foreign to them, to the people there, because we will all always be foreigners to them, but something common, some terminology that we both understand. It just doesn't come from one side and not the other. No, it's something that we both understand. This is to show off. These are posters and photographs of the main events that existed throughout the years. Some of them orally, others dance. We had circus, we had theater, and many other colleagues from Norway. Proben, visual artist, impressive. He made a mural, and with the community, we had an open call. We made several open calls for artists to come and see the mine. Extraordinary, that filled the tub with ice that all the community had to bring, and he stayed several hours inside the ice at night within the mine. It's very cold, and people thought it was strange. But then they create a funny environment was created. Why was the artist doing that? It's extremely cold. I never thought that it could bring so much debate. His colleague made he went from one side of the village to the other, sweeping the same amount of earth, and then we started to realize there was a positioning, her positioning, the work of the women that were invisible throughout many decades, not just during the story of the mine, but the historical registry of the mine, to curious to see that women were sidekicks and their labor was so hard as men, but different. Advancing, because I'm almost out of time. Quickly, conclusions. And to understand it as you will, I think we are always learning. Affection is very important. We cannot make projects like this with small amounts of time or low money. No, it's very important to have money. We need resources. We are working in desert territories, desertified territories. It's not just there's not too many buildings or trade. No, there's nothing. There's no person to be hired for the most elemental task. There's no qualified workers. It takes long to work. It needs affection and requires investment. And we need to revise the ways and forms in which this mechanism functions. It didn't work. We need to pay attention to it. It wasn't good. We need to create conditions to strengthen the entities that go to the field and not weaken them. This is essential and it's critical for success. A lot more could be done. And then an issue of liberty. Freedom to, we didn't try to find concrete objectives, but create an idea of freedom in the community. A lot of them participated in the final show. It was apotheotic for those of us there. It was within the entry point of the mine, the whole mine, the old mine. And when they say, oh, this is when the miners would come out. No, they now say this is where the great show was made, the great confusion, the great of the theater. And this to us means a lot because people don't look at it and say nostalgically, this is where I would sit to see the miners coming out of the mine. No, they now say, this is where I played such role. And before they would sit in silence. And to us it's very important. And then the idea finally that there's a thought. I would like to seize the opportunity. I would like to thank the organization. To me, it's an honor to be here. It allows us to think and to leave the registry. And in that sense, just to tell you that we will be launching, you're not the only one with a book. No. I could not bring it because it's going to be launched in March. I will invite you all to go 29th of March to the launch in the mine. It's on purpose like this map. It's confusing on purpose. It's the place, the book is called Lugar, and it's regarding Malacat project and the mine. There's several layers, from the geological layers to the social layers, economic, a wealthy story of unions that gave origin to many of the unions we have today, and a natural history as well. And an artistic history, because curiosity. The mine has a great cultural translation. Is one of the few places that had a theater, a cinema, and several other things. So we create a cultural center that was very interesting. So we created a book with many contributions, with people from geology, history, economy, arts, artists, and community, that together built this book that has the contribution of Sonny Green with photographs, marvelous photographs from Lugar and the people and the project. And that is it. Thank you all. Thank you. We are going to finish now with Enrique is going to have the hard task of wrapping up with this project. But we are feeling that the possibilities, almost infinite, of programs of this type, where we have a mechanism of investment, of financing that allows a place, a territory, organization, a consortium, go beyond their own possibilities, normal possibilities. It's very important, bearing in mind always that we are doing, bottom line, transforming matters and legacy, what are policies, cultural policies that many times are abstracts of division, and this project gives body to those policies in the territory. But when we think about the mechanism, we need to give space for the people doing that work that the state cannot do. Many times when there's a logic of top-down policies, there's a theater, there's the infrastructure. We already have it there, but we need a space for institutions that are able to be more liquid. They can speak of history, of science, and employment all at the same time. At the same time, they give affection to people. And doing this work, it demands for organization not to spend 70% of this work to make managing projects and doing the work in the field of experimenting, and to allow institutions to fail to repeat, Why? The idea of failing forward is a beautiful idea because it's the frictions when we start walking, and it's a little bit like that. And when Michael spoke about his isotherms, I know the work of Enrique for many, many years. We shared the stage to speak about his work, because it has a lot to do with this limitation. It's a taboo. It's to work, make artistic, high-quality work with those bodies that many times are invisible, or people that are marvelous artists. And with this, I will pass the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you for your initial words. It's very uncomfortable to me to be in a space like this. And today, even more, I would like to first thank Inês for the preparation that you had and the care you put. And also to thank to the previous speakers' words. I don't know if I'm going to show a PowerPoint, but first I would like to do we have to organize my head, because this project speak about life, and sometimes life crosses further. Sometimes someone falls and we have to help, or to receive a call, and someone tells you your mother is very sick, but you have to speak to the public in 10 minutes. Someone died, you have to go publicly and make a speech. Sometimes we have to be able to continue and find strength to go on. So collaborative processes are key, to believe, to involve, autonomy and affection touched me, especially when you spoke about the different projects. But this is essentially, we speak about the involvement of people. I think, and Inês also said, people need to be involved in those projects. We don't, if we don't speak about real people and their involvement, the program or the process doesn't work. So thank you very much to all of you who were involved for your contributions, regardless of the institutions, because institutions don't work after a certain schedule or on Sundays or Saturdays. People do it because they believe, and they do. So thank you, people, for that. But I think this is very important. In this project, and today, looking at the end of the project, I didn't realize that it was a challenge to do the project, or why we did it. But it was very important for us to reposition ourselves, to have a dancing company, why we involve ourselves in such a project, and why we leave our comfort zone to do something that we didn't think about before. Or we could only do that with partners, with the municipality of Funchal, with Viseu. Viseu had already participated in the EEA grants previous project, so Viseu was very important to us. We realized that we could dance that is from Norway. The project tried to bring cultural and artistic challenge to Madeira, and to bring a program in performing arts. And why do we do this? Because we have a creation structure. Why are we going to program things or to think about programming? Today, to me, this is very clear, and how this transformed our identity. And then we realized we did something else, and how that was important for, in a way, to contribute with Madeira population and how they see themselves through access to arts and culture, and how we see ourselves as a project or entity. Within the scope of creation, we had 5 different actions, and I'm going to underline some of them. I'm not going to speak about all of them. I will not be very extensive because we only have 7 minutes. The project supports new creators, 4 new creators, and meanwhile, I have 2 projects to be underlined. The creation of a video dance, and 2015, it was a collaborative work which was quite intense, that involved the population with more than 55 years old from many community centers in Madeira. It was a very important project made by new artists beginning their careers. And then the Livro Sem Pontos, with 6 activities connected to visual arts, to the work of mediation of publics or artistic mediation. Livro Sem Pontos, a book without full points, was an initiative which was quite bigger than we expected, because through this project we were able to contribute that the work of Lourdes de Castro was exposed in Muda's Contemporary Art exhibition next Friday. There will be a report to publicly disclose the exhibition. This exhibition will then be sent to Azores, Lisbon, Germany. This project will be followed up by accessibility, to create accessibility mechanism to the work of Julia de Castro is one of the continuity mechanisms. I continue to encourage. Life happens every day. We have to be pushed. Sometimes we frighten ourselves, but we will have to continue. This work was highly important with this approximation to the work of Julia de Castro. 2 actions during programming. 1 cycle of contemporary arts in Madeira. We brought Madeira to 10 different scales exhibitions. I underlined 2 choreographies of the dancing group, because the show would move the National Ballet Company, a structure that is impossible to the reality of arts in Madeira. And then Cocoon. Cocoon is a performance which is absolutely out of the box. And we mixed things that would be easier to digest, if I can say that, to the great public. We would attract Madeira public, but could also see the work of Mateus showing performative arts. And then the collaboration with our partner from Norway, the OVO show, with 44 shows in kindergartens oriented to children from 0 to 3 years old. In Madeira, we define the appropriate age. This project was really rich at this level, to understand how people would work with children of these ages. It's important to understand how this work is done in Norway. We had this in Madeira, Viseu, Sweden, Viseu, and they can also speak more about other places where they went. The scholarship, the students also were involved. Ecludança was another event, an international event of art and accessibility. We had actions in Viseu, in Viriato Theatre, actions in Madeira. And it was important to understand and to exchange conclusions between 2 poles, to try to produce new knowledge here. Well, this is it. Out of everything, the most important thing is to really have a clear idea in mind. We cannot separate life from the project. I will only think about the project. No, it's not possible. That's why they sometimes have an emotional, heavy situation. If we wish to change lives, we cannot separate this. Thank you. And I apologize. And finally, please show the video. Moving images, a summary of the project.
Fui eu? Tenho que apertar alguma coisa? Ok. Posso cantar, se for preciso. Mas acho que tem gente nessa equipe da organização que canta melhor que eu e faz isso. Obrigado.
Thank you. Following this logic of having life together with other elements, to eat with your eyes is another show. I was working before in a cooking theater. It was funny to reach different publics. The public reached us, by the way, because we started to have calls from the call, and they would say, "We know you are offering a dinner, but we were offering a show." Okay, we may. But finally, several municipalities or entities organized themselves to offer a dinner. They went to a dinner, they enjoyed, and now we have people to really see the shows. I don't know why we continue to do this agenda. Thank you. When we were preparing the panel, I proposed questions related to the panel, but you grabbed the questions and went to the presentation. I will go straight to the audience. So I will invite our foreign guests, because this experience is a fully Portuguese experience. There is a sentence which I love. Everything was very dirty. It's a chavascal in Portuguese, dirty. It's a dirty scene. Dirty scene. There is no literal translation. We cannot go back to the places where we were happy. It's a Portuguese saying. I open this debate to the public, and I specifically invite the foreign guests to raise questions.
You can ask in English and it will be translated. So just don't ask it in Icelandic or Norwegian or whatever you speak.
I must admit you're very good at putting people on the spot. But I
know.
But I do have questions. So, I mean, first of all, thank you very much for the interpreters for allowing to follow this conversation. I think it was an amazing challenge to follow you guys, and but I think I have most of it. Secondly, a big respect to all of you, because I think this is what we ideally wanted to support, and I don't want to pre-say my panel tomorrow because I will have to talk tomorrow sitting there. But I feel a little bit that this was more or less what was ideally meant to be supported under culture and the EEA grants, to have an element of social inclusion, basically, reaching out to those who are far from accessing arts and culture, and to use it as a source of revitalization of places which either have been abandoned or are sliding or are forgotten. So I'm really amazed. And if I would like to turn this to a question, because I work in 7 countries, and I personally am Hungarian, so I come from a bit different context. And I struggled there for 20 years with initiatives like this. It was very difficult to get people to collaborate, especially mayor's office with an NGO or an artist with a school. And I'm really curious to see what is the spice that has helped. I don't know if you can answer this question, but I'm honestly really curious, because I see it's not working the same way in Romania, Slovakia, Baltic countries. It's a bit different. It's a bit more difficult. And I don't know if you have any insights on this.
Could you be more precise regarding participation? Are you talking about participation of decision makers, or participation and commitment of these decision makers, locally speaking, or participation of our peers and participants, saying non-professionals, or both?
I'm talking about both, but I'm talking mainly about the broad partnerships that were created under each project, the multi-sectoral partnerships that are in place to make all this happen in these places, it's very, very difficult and sometimes, if not fake, but very shallow, just for the formality. And maybe it is like that here as well, but that's not what I feel from what you talk about. And I wanted to understand a bit your experience on this.
Eu vou tentar responder tendo.
I will try to answer having two specific examples of the project. And speaking of the municipality of Funchal, I spoke of the National Company of Ballet Special. Whenever they go to Madeira, 17 years later, that company, the possibility was generated by the possibility of this project, and the municipality of Funchal is the ones that are programming it. So it was a selection of the municipality. The municipality wanted to do that show. The municipality wanted to place the national company in their programming. And so they negotiated with the municipality what they wanted. And we agreed that that would be important, the access. But also we included other things that we wanted to place in the programming that we felt lacking. So there's a negotiating process it's a process of partnership. And then in another scope, in a specific case of the 1505 project, it's a project of creation in theater. The municipality, through the partnership with the municipality, we reached the different community centers, and we offered the possibility of those centers to have activities in the scope of theater. That is to say, people with above 55 participating in all the creation, and then they participate in the show, the final show, some of them. So you design together with, in our case, we designed with the municipality. I will try to answer in Portuguese. The first issue participating is with the institutions. Some participate, others don't. The important thing is those that do not participate to not be set aside. It's a continuous work of negotiation for them to later on be able to participate. We do not exclude them. The participation takes time, and sometimes it has to do with credibility, with trust, empathy, and common interests. We need to stay, to be there, to participate, to do the same things. We need to feel the same pains. When our process was in risk, our pain was so much that with so much expectations we created, if the show fell, what would be for the territories, for the people that are already in the process of disintegration and lack of integration. So, and then it was multi-level, the participation. There's one that has to do with the public policies, the governance, and then it goes down up until it reaches the people. And I think it goes down up and not up and down. It needs to be based and then go up. It needs to stay a while. Even before EE grants, the project, we already were there. The culture and the museum was already there. It was there with their network of partners. Although EE grants has the transnational partners, the local partners, the network was already established. In the net has something that is built and is being done little by little. The empathy, believe in what we're saying. What is said to be recreated immediately and annexed to the project is crucial as well. But the issue of time, empathy, trust, credibility, and to create the network is crucial as well. To us, creating spaces of affection is something that seems easy, but it takes time. And this relationship we have, it's easier now in our territories. And other things that is common to us is the issue of the autonomy practices. Also because it's work, as in arts, when we work with people is for them to be independent. They stop depending on public policies, political powers. It's not mandatory. We do it in the sense that they gain autonomy. They are building themselves. It is not always easy, this relationship, but it's constantly negotiated. Not like you negotiate a company business, but it's something that is articulated. We have culture, we have social, we have economics, and then the personal stuff that connects everything. It's the glue that connects everything. I don't know if I was able to answer. I will answer in Portuguese as well. It's okay. We have translation. You can do it in Portuguese, yes. Trying to articulate what I was trying to tell you. I think in first plane, to us at least, it was very important to access to the mechanism of support and establish a relationship with the municipality, because it was also in the logic of cultural advocacy and reinforced commitments, and to make them as institutions, public institutions that have a relationship, close relationship with the territory, and detain many of the infrastructures and the institutions in a certain place. To us, it was important to bring them to the project, to within the project, to create that autonomy place through an international mechanism of financing. But it was a relationship of co-participation. They were part of the project, that is to say. And it was very important to give that step with the municipality. And this was pioneered. It never happened before. And they revealed to us to be able to participate in EU projects. No, we don't want to. Oh, this is not our responsibility. You are the ones that need to do that. And many times those projects demand those rates of co-financing. One of the things we are finally being able to debate in Azores through Mover, civic movement in Azores, a set of cultural agents that got together and created a movement because of the application of Ponta Delgada Azores 27, to introduce in the mechanism of regional financing underlined to co-finance Europe Creative EEA grants, etc., etc. To us, at the time, it had to do with that. We had to push it to another plane to be able to debate what is cultural policy and financing in the cultural sector. And that was one side, in one dimension. And then on another dimension, when it came to our peers and the publics, is, as you were saying, it's a long process. It takes time. We need to have an openness, an availability, the invitation. It needs to be formulated a lot of the times. We work in several scales. Our first scale is the streets, where the wave exists. In Tracês das Laranjeiras is peripheral neighborhood. So we are in the periphery of the periphery. We are in the outskirts of the outskirts. And our first action starts in that street. And it's very difficult. Many of the neighbors don't come. They have no interest. They don't want to be there. And we need to respect that as well. We need to understand that maybe the relationship that they could establish with that space, it's not to visit an exhibit, but water the plants, or to go and speak to Rita, because Rita started organizing the condominium meetings in Vaga, because Vaga is like a square in the street. And that was the relationship that many of the people have with the space. And so it's to ensure that autonomy in the relationship. It's not the relationship I want or I think it's correct. No, but the one you want to establish with us. And in that meeting, in that negotiation, picking your word, why not? In that negotiation between parts in which we find hope. There's where we find hope. There's where we find transformation. And just to give you an idea, to us, and the different planes where that participation was happening, to us in a conscious way, in an advocacy way, and then on the other part as an invitation. We are going to close the panel with this idea of hope. Let's have an applause for everyone. And thank you. And now I don't know. We're finished for today? Yes. I can help. The first day of debate regarding the transformating power of culture is done. For those that enroll at 6:30, we have the dinner party at Castelo São Jorge. Welcome drink starts at 6:30. So we'll see you a little bit earlier at the door, the castle door. You can go through Metro up until Rocio, and then the bus 737. Consultate the guide master in Lisbon, or ask for the people in the cultural program. For a visit to Aldina Duarte will be our singer at this evening, and Norway, Liechtenstein, Island will be in the center of the debate. Cultural Heritage, EEA, thank you for your participation, and we'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.